Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? The people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Or she found out?
All right. I'm ready. I'm here. Let's see. Who else is here? Kim R., welcome. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict. Thank you so much for joining me. Kim R. is firmly, well, I'm not sure. Hang on. Mayla's mom. Mayla's mom is the winner of the internet today because Kim R was first but retracted her message. She says, oops, I did not mean to be first. Mayla's mom, it looks like you are the default winner. You can't retract your message and still win. So Kim, thank you, or I don't know. Either way, I'm not sure if you meant to not win. I think you meant to not win. But Mayla's mom is now first on the list, so congratulations.
I don't consent to that name.
I'm sorry, but that's what we'll call you. Congratulations, Mayla's mom. Being first in chat has its prize, punishment, or penalty, depending on how we look at it.
I'm not a camel.
You get to take care of everything IP-related worldwide. It's a small job. Many people before you have been able to do it successfully, so we expect you to succeed at that as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. It was terrible. It was a rough start. But I don't have any other. Oh, there it is. Everything just updated. Got all my messages. They were stuck for a while, but now they broke free in a flood. Wow. Now where am I? Let's see. Lots of people got kicked out of chat. Apparently YouTube is being mean to people again. I'm sorry. It's not us. Let's see. Just went to check if Brandy wasn't gone with the wind. I think the storm is moving a little bit to the east of her, which is good. She'll get some weather.
Back for the afternoon, for sure, y'all. But. Cheers, clinking beer mug, cigarette, red heart, hands with light skin tone pressed together, flexed bicep with light skin tone.
Who is this? Ivan, thank you very much for that. That was wonderful. A lot of drinking and smoking going on, and in a good mood. So, Ivan, thank you very much for the super chat. Good to have you here, my friend. Let's see. That can mean so many things. Oh, Dodie, you missed what the middle name was? You have to go watch and rewatch the morning stream.
Just subject matter jurisdiction.
Yes, that was it right there. Now you have to guess the pronunciation. All right, where are we at? We're with Judge Newman today. It was a surprise. We talked about being with him earlier and thought it would be great, but we then thought we would go somewhere else, and that ended up flopping. We lost it. So now we're back with Judge Newman, and it's not a bad place to be. Of all places to be, Judge Newman is great. What was the verdict on lunch? It was delicious. Had 2 ham and cheese sandwiches, mayo, mustard, pickle. The usual. Although I held the pickle.
Have to match Yvonne.
I didn't eat the pickle on the sandwich because I've had enough pickles. Lois Cox. Have to match Yvonne. Yvonne is funny the way it pronounces that. We call him Ivan, but the voice calls him Yvonne, so thus he shall be deemed. Thank you very much for that. I think you actually beat him by a penny, so you're all good. All right. I'm ready for nap time. Honestly, I am. The court's ready to pop back in session. We've got some people walking around, so things are happening there. but it's gonna be good. This honestly, I don't know how many days this
Okay,
this trial
everyone.
can take.
Time to start a Taco Tuesday train. Flexed bicep with light skin tone.
I think it's funny that your bicep has light skin tone, Ivan. It's like I think it was basically saying pasty white bicep is what it was saying. Is that accurate, or is it just trying to be funny? Well, anyway, I think I'm drunk off those pickles. Is that a possibility? I've had too many pickles today. I didn't know that was a thing, but I think I have. You have a nap. We'll watch. It is mocking you, Ivan. It is. The voice mocks you. All right. Thank you. Anyway, thank you, Ivan, for your generosity as well. Lois Cox as well. We have court coming up. We're burning through witnesses. We still haven't seen any video evidence, which will be from the neighbor across the street. I think that's what we'll probably have police testimony or maybe the neighbor testimony. Could be. Not sure. We'll see if that comes in. Oh, whoa. Look what you started, Ivan.
Choo-choo subway station face with tears of joy. Yvonne face with tears of joy. Now I have to match even.
Tears of joy. Tears of joy, and Cachette is matching even. Samantha, thank you very much. Cachette as well. You guys are great. Both great. Oh, Hey, Zoe. Are you back? Yeah, Zoe's back. She's like, where's your foot? I was sleeping on there. Are you growling at me? She's like, rawr, 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 rawr. The YouTube app kicked me out. It wouldn't let me in until I updated the app PSA. Yes, we're hearing that from a lot of people that possibly an update came out and it's being rude to people and kicking them off.
I object.
I object as well. Okay, well. Waiting to see if we get any audio. Do we have audio from that?
Yvonne will not defeat me.
Thank you, Lois. You're up by 2 cents. I'm keeping score. I do have a support puppy. It's down by my feet right now. Let me see if I can bring her up here. Hey, Zoe, come here. You want to come up? She's like soaking wet. She's like dripping. Do you want to say anything? Yeah, do you want to say anything?
This means war. Cigarette flexed bicep with light skin tone.
Okay, Zoe does not want to say anything. Sport puppy is here. Zoe is safely in the house. This means war. This means war. I thought when I heard the voice, I wasn't reading the message. I thought it means this means more cigarettes. I'm like, if this is driving your addiction, Ivan, they're actually competing for the same funds. But this means war.
Scratch all that.
Thank you, Ivan.
I apologize.
I'll let you guys fight it out. It's fine. Yes, she's very cute. Although she just drank from her little doggy dish. We have some dishes in here for her to drink out of. Not in here. They're in the other room. And her little beard, right? Her little furry beard.
It's on Mullet Boy.
Whoa. Heck, it's dripping water. So, yeah. So you can't come up by the computer, unfortunately, Zoe, because of that. Puppies rule. Yes. I would keep an eye on Weather Watch, at least Weather Watch's live stream. If you give me just a second, I'll have it pulled up on screen here. It looks like it's moving slowly, but trust me, it's going to be here before you know it.
Taco, how about a taco salad? Ivan taco.
Is that correct?
Paul Mack,
That's Mullet Man flex bicep with light skin tone.
That's Mullet Man.
I'm just happy to be here.
You guys are the best. Oh, man. Glad we can entertain you. You guys are all amazing. I wanted to show you this from Weather Watch here really quickly. The storm is starting to take shape quite nicely. It's over that warm water of the Gulf. It's charging up right now. It's a hurricane Category 1. Very soon it will upgrade to Category 2, probably within a couple hours. And then before landfall, they expect it to be a Category 3, which is huge. Okay, you think, yeah, we've had 5s before. Sometimes we have 5s that just move through so quickly. Yeah, there's some wind damage, there's water, it's bad. But sometimes a Category 3 can just do a ton of rainfall damage and flooding. So it's just because the category level does not meet at the highest level. Oh, Thomas is playing around with us. I'm glad there was nothing else behind this window that we would have to be nervous about.
Is that correct?
Did everyone wash their car's nose disguised face with glasses, fake nose, and mustache pig nose?
Unique detail. There's in Greenville, North Carolina here, where basically I'm from. There's a little car detailing place, a hand detailing car shop that's been on the corner of this intersection, and they do a great job. They're always busy. They always have, it's like the place to go if you've got one of those cars with like the fancy, 22, 26-inch rims, whatever they are, and all the chrome and the lights, because they allow lights like LED lights in the tires and under the car. You can basically deck out your car with whatever you want here in North Carolina, as long as you don't do the saggy butt lift thing, or the front end lift and the back end drop. That they banned. Well, they outlawed it. People still do it, but it's against the law now. But all the cars go in there.
To join Mullet Man, even Lois Cox and Cachette, winking face with stuck-out tongue, face rolling on the floor, laughing face with peeking eye, cross-eyed grinning face with stuck-out tongue.
There we go. Cross-eyed grinning face with stuck-out tongue. That's a new one. But they have this amazing, hand wash, hand dry detailing. They got the Armor All on the tires, whatever. They do it all. And then right across the street right now, there's this like fully automated AI-powered robot wash that is building
There's a lawsuit.
One of their little tunnels of perfection, or whatever they call it. Laser wash, or it's literally robots wash your car. So it'll be interesting to see which one wins of that war. But clean cars will be the result. And possibly cars without antennas. When the brushes rip things off.
Is that correct?
All right. Anyway, we've watched the weather here just for a moment. We're waiting for... Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible.
Go a little farther north here for me, Thomas. If you're probably... I'm concerned with the Greenville area. Pitt County, specifically. It looks like we're right on the edge for power outage danger. That's Idalia's going to come up. Yep. Yeah, so... Man, we're right.
I'll never let a robot near my Ford cause him no me.
We're right on the edge. Let's see. Thank you, Ivan. We're right here. So Pitt County's like right up in here. Okay. And so we're right on the edge of where the storm says it's going to be. So if it stays off coast, it's a little better for us. But either way, we're going to get drenched with rain in this whole area. We're going to have, they said, 6 to 8 foot waves. And a whole bunch of, the road, the Outer Banks. The road on the Outer Banks is basically the sand goes up from the water about 1.5 feet, and then there's a road you drive on. And so the Outer Banks is going to be underwater completely. But Ivan, thank you.
Now it Murdoch stole it.
Yes, he did.
I'm told that due to the impending weather, the court will close at noon tomorrow and not resume until Friday.
Would you look at that?
So that means that we will probably need to work late today and start early tomorrow because the case cannot go into next week. So I'm not sure of the schedule of number of witnesses and all that, but
whoa.
Well, if I may,
yes.
we have the video, which we anticipate playing. That's going to take roughly 5 to 6 hours.
They're playing the whole
we
thing.
can run that for however long you want to this afternoon, and we can finish it up tomorrow one way or the other. So whatever that happens, I have one witness before the video, and then I'm going to do the video. So that will be a time that we'll just continuously run until you tell us to stop it.
Yes, sir.
No, I don't have a comment. They played the whole video. We stayed till 8 o'clock this evening.
All right.
Certainly I'm available if they create it. Goes into Saturday. That doesn't create an issue.
All right.
It's done also.
So when the state rests, will the defense be ready to proceed? If that's tomorrow morning?
If it's tomorrow morning?
Yes.
Sir. We can certainly do that.
All right. If you bring the jury.
Okay, so here we go. We've got a 6-hour video.
Just to be clear, we won't rest after the video. We still have other witnesses. But
Understand. We'll start at 8 a.m. Go tonight and start at 8 a.m. in the morning.
You guys heard the schedule straight from the judge's mouth. Basically,
at one time, the judges controlled the schedule of when court was in or court resumed, but now it's been turned over to the local county authorities, which presents a problem from time to time.
I thought we were under the old rule.
we're going to be here all night.
I thought we were under the old rule, Your Honor, that if you say it's open, it's open.
Yeah.
This is the question. I don't know if we're going to be able to see this.
Up, we have to leave.
So we have a late day tonight, early morning tomorrow, early out tomorrow because of the storm. Then no court on Thursday. Thursday would be a great day for me to go metal detecting at the beach after the storm. What do you think about that? No, I'll still be in the storm at that point, I guess. Man, that would suck.
Tell me I'll unlock the doors.
Five and a half hours of me ad-libbing what isn't on the screen. I think I could do it. Go on, girl. Captain Puppers, it's going to be midday before we're done here for you. .406. I don't know if they're in custody. I think they are. I think they are in custody. Okay, I've told you the sad state of affairs. Someone stole my beach scoop, my sand scoop, out of my yard. I had it in my side yard with some tools, and it went missing. I'm a little bummed about that because I can't really metal detect to the beach without it, and so now I need to get another one. And it's if they were cheap, I would have bought one already. But I'm like trying to find a good deal, so just right there.
All right, jury's back. You may proceed.
Here we go.
State calls under Andrew Grunstein to the stand.
Sure.
Doctor, you'll stay here. She's going to swear you in.
My name is Andrew Grunstein, Grundstein.
Okay, let me get you to pull that microphone a little bit closer to you, Doctor.
Okay.
All right, so Doctor, what are you the doctor of?
I am a doctor of climatology. I study weather and climate.
And what do you currently do? What is your occupation?
I'm a professor at the University of Georgia. I've been there for about 20 years, or over 20 years, and I teach weather and climate there.
The first time I ever had a weather guy on the stand.
What's kind of encompassed in that?
So the field of climatology, looks at longer-term weather patterns, and similar to meteorology, which looks at day-to-day weather, but we look at longer-term weather. One of the things that in climatology we're really good at is looking at past weather, so you can dig up old records and reconstruct what past conditions were like.
Can, in the context of studying climatology and teaching actual climatology, Does that also affect, as far as temperatures, heat index, that type of thing as well?
Yeah, my field is sort of like, medicine. People specialize in things, right? You have dermatology, you have allergists, and so forth. In my field, people specialize too, and one of the things I specialize is in how climate affects people and human health, and I especially focus on heat and human health.
I'm sorry, you specialize in what?
In how heat affects people's health.
Okay. In the context of, and you teach that as well?
Correct.
All right. And in the context of studying that and teaching that, have you done research or been published on the effects of heat on people in cars in automobiles?
Yeah, I have multiple research publications on the conditions in a car when it's left out in the sun.
And how did you come about being published in that? Is that something that's published in a national survey? How does that work?
Yeah, these are published in what we call peer-reviewed journals. So the typical scientific journals, they get reviewed by outside experts to make sure that they meet standards of quality and that they're good science.
And in the context of those reports, how many of those have you done? First of all, how many of those research projects have you done?
Specific to hot cars?
Yes.
I believe 6 or 7.
Okay. And then in the context of writing and publishing all those?
In terms of how many paper, right, so I've got 6 or 7 peer-reviewed scientific journal articles on that.
And have you testified in court concerning heat in cars?
I have not testified in court with heat in cars.
All right. Have you ever qualified as an expert in heat in cars, that type of thing?
No.
Okay. How about from the standpoint of actually not only using these things, but giving evidence as to heat in cars and that type of thing?
I haven't testified in court on heat in cars, but like I said, I publish on this. I believe I'm an expert in understanding how hot cars can get in the circumstances where they occur.
Let me back up and ask you this specifically. In the context of temperature, like outdoor temperature, first of all, what is that called? I just say, I say it's hot outside. I don't know what that means. So what are we talking about from outdoor temperature?
Sure. We usually refer to that as the ambient air temperature.
Okay. And then from ambient air temperature, what else goes into the factor of heat and how that affects the body?
Right. So there's, when it's hot outside, right, it's hot and it's in the 90s. But other factors can influence how you feel and your heat stress. Humidity plays a very big role. Those of us who live in the South know that humidity can make it feel hotter. And I can explain the reasons for that if that's helpful.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. One of the reasons it makes us feel so hot is because it makes it harder for sweat to evaporate, and sweat's part of our personal air conditioning system. So when that doesn't work so well, we feel more heat stress. So temperature, humidity, sunlight can also increase your heat stress if you're out in the sun.
Now, when I see the news and the weather report, they're always talking about the heat index, and I now get that. In fact, I get that on my phone from the weather source. Where does the heat index come from?
Right. The heat index tries to account for the fact that it's not just air temperature. Other factors can affect heat stress. And so what it combines is air temperature and humidity values.
Now, how does that relate to a car, an automobile, and specifically a person inside of a car or automobile?
Right. So inside a car has a very different environment than outside of the car, and I think we'll talk about that a little bit later. But you could also combine the role of humidity in the car to show the combined heat stress from both the temperature and the humidity.
And so is there a totally different temperature that you deal with inside the closed cabin?
That's what objection. He's not been offered as an expert at this point.
And I'm just establishing that background.
No, he's eliciting opinions. He's not exploring his background or CV.
The question is there a difference between the heat in the car and the heat out the car? Is that in effect the question?
Yes, sir.
That's not an expert opinion.
No, sir.
I overrule the objection.
All right, so heat inside the car, that's different there. You got ambient temperatures, you testified as outside temperature, is that correct?
Correct. So ambient is outside the car. Inside the car, we sometimes call it the cabin temperature.
Okay. And you have done studies on this as well?
Yes.
And you've been published on peer review articles on this as well?
Yes.
And have you worked with other people when you published and when you researched?
Yes, I've worked with other experts in this area too.
And they also are experts in this field?
Yes.
And your specific expertise from the standpoint of testifying is climatology as it relates to the effect of weather on people?
Correct.
Just, Your Honor, he has not been qualified. I'm about to ask the question, Your Honor. At this time, I'd offer him as an expert in climatology and specifically in the effects of heat on people.
What says the defense? Do you wish to voir dire the witness? Do you object?
No, I don't object. No, I don't want to voir dire the witness.
All right. Yes, sir.
I'll have cross questions.
Do you object to him being qualified as an expert?
I'll be quick. You said you've never testified in court before?
I have testified in court, just not specifically about vehicle hyperthermia, hot temperatures in a car. I have testified, though.
But you've never been qualified as an expert?
I have been qualified as an expert in weather and climate, but specifically as an expert in car heating in a court, no.
All right, well, I guess let's drill down on that. So you've been qualified as expert in climate. Tell me what that means.
Sure. In the cases that I've testified in court, I was dealing with heat as it affected human health. The people had suffered from heat stress. So that was the capacity I was qualified in.
So this is the first case that you'd be trying to get qualified as it relates to a vehicle?
Hyperthermia in a vehicle, but I have testified other times about how heat affected other people, but not in a car.
But never in a car?
Yes.
And your specific training and experience goes directly to how people are affected in a car?
My research has specifically looked at heating in a car and how it could potentially affect people's health.
Okay, so you do have that background?
Correct.
It's not just purely weather and climate?
No, I have an expertise in, I've been studying it. I've published in vehicles and how the temperature changes in a vehicle.
No objection as far as qualification?
He's so qualified.
That was a better background for this weatherman than the prosecution gave. Thank you, Ivy. As soon as we lose Fahrenheit, we'll also switch to the metric system as well.
Your Honor, I handed you a copy, I believe, of all except for this one, which I will
Okay.
Let me show you, Doctor, if I could, and I'll get you to come down in just a second.
Sure.
Let me go ahead and cover this right now. State's Exhibit.
They love their big
16.
pictures here.
And State's Exhibit 17. Would these aid in your testimony today in explaining your findings in this courtroom?
Yes.
And in fact, I think the bottom of State's Exhibit 16 has already been entered into evidence. What is the top of State's Exhibit 16?
This is an illustration of how cars can get so hot, how the cabin can get so hot in a car.
This is actually part of your report?
Correct.
And then these two charts here, these are charts that you created?
Yes, I created them.
And that's State's Exhibit 17?
Yes.
Okay. This time, Your Honor, I move into State's Exhibit 16 and State's Exhibit 17.
Says the defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Now, this one, Doctor, I'm going to ask you to identify, but I'm going to get you to mark on this, so I don't want to introduce this quite yet, Your Honor, but I would like to use it at least initially as a demonstrative before we put it into evidence. This is State's Exhibit number 19, I believe. Can you tell me what this is?
Sure. It's a chart that helps us calculate the heat index.
Okay. So this is, it's got at the very top dew point, and we'll cover that in a few minutes. What else?
I just heard dew
It has
point.
air temperature and dew point to measure humidity, and those combine to create the heat index.
Ivan gets a bingo.
Yes.
Correct. And would this chart help you in your explanation of your testimony?
It will.
Your Honor, I'd like to be able to use this right now as a demonstrative. I'm going to ask you to mark on it, and so after that I would offer it into evidence.
Okay.
All right, Doctor, if I could, and I know that I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 16. Can you see that?
No. Should I relocate to visualize that?
Yeah, if you mind, could he come off the stand as long as he keeps his voice up?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, if you will, explain, first of all, the very bottom of that is a photograph of the car in question that's already been put in evidence. Explain it to the jury what the top is supposed to signify.
Sure. This is an illustration of how cars get so hot. I think all of us who have lived, especially in the South, and leave our cars outside, know that when you get in there, it's often a lot hotter than outside. And this is why. Cars operate kind of like a greenhouse. You know those structures with the glass panels that allow you to grow things in the winter when it's cold? Well, cars operate the same way. The yellow arrows here are the sunlight coming in through the windows of the car. They heat up the inside of the car. And when that heat's produced, if the windows are closed, it can't go anywhere, and it builds up, and you end up with cabin temperatures, the inside temperature in the car, much hotter at times than outside the car, the ambient air temperature.
Now, on this particular car, this is, what type of car is this actually?
Well, this looks like a gray four-door sedan.
Okay. And this is what you use for display. Similar, I guess, to the car at the bottom. What about the sunroof? Does that affect it one way or the other?
If the sunroof was open completely and had ventilation, that could change things. But if it was closed and that air couldn't get out, then the heat would continue to build up in there.
Right. And so on the one at the very bottom of this exhibit, where it shows where you can see the sunroof, can you tell if that's open or closed?
It looks like it's propped open a little bit, but I was told that there's a fabric covering that had closed it that would impede air movement through the car.
So that's not going to really let sun in or let heat out. So
right.
Okay, that's basically the same thing as the top.
Correct.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. On State's Exhibit 17, which I believe you also used, if you could walk us through that. The top of this, I'm assuming, is something you charted separately from this?
Yes. This is a figure from one of my scientific publications, and I had parked a car in Georgia, so similar in the southeast, and I put a thermometer in the car, and I wanted to measure what the air temperature was like. So let me walk you through all these different lines on here. I should also mention it's on the Celsius scale. When I publish in some of these journals, people outside the United States use Celsius, so they ask us to plot it in Celsius. So the numbers may look a little different than the bottom chart. But I plotted it up here. We have the time on this axis. I have it in military time here, 24-hour time. The black line here is the cabin temperature, so that's the temperature inside the car. The dotted line here is the ambient air temperature. That's the temperature outside the car. So this car was a gray sedan parked out in the sun. It was in June. And you can see at the start in the morning, the temperatures are pretty similar inside and outside the car. And I've got the sun up here. And as the sunlight started coming into the car, you could see the air temperature in the car rapidly increasing while the temperature outside goes up, but not as much.
Right, let me back you up just a little bit, because I'm not very good at military time. Let me get you to the very bottom. When it starts, that sort of a flat line where it looks like it's pretty much even with the ambient output temperature. What time is that?
So we're looking at the morning here. So when they're about to say, 10, 10:30, 11 in the morning.
Okay. So right at what time does it start jumping?
About 11 o'clock, you start seeing that big jump in the cabin temperature.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, sure. So it ends up getting up to a temperature of 165 degrees. The outside temperature is still pretty hot. It gets up to 95. But you get this very big difference, and that is that greenhouse warming. That's that warming from that air getting trapped in the car and heated by the sun. That's the difference between inside the car and outside the car.
Now, how does that affect, and you talked earlier about on the effect of health, how does that affect people inside?
Right, so inside the car can be really dangerous because it can get really hot. In this case, it was 165 degrees. But other cars can get hot, that directs a lot of heat towards your body. And the other thing that can happen is that inside the car, you don't get a lot of air movement. And that air whisks heat and evaporates sweat, right? That's your personal air conditioning system. And when that doesn't work well, you gain a lot of heat, but you can't get rid of it. And your body temperature can rise. And if it rises enough, you could have health problems or even death.
All right. Now, in this case, did you also study a recreation?
A recreation of a person?
No, recreation of the actual.
The second chart here.
Yeah.
Yes. So the bottom chart is a recreation of the scenario we're all here for. And this was, this is what the test cabin temperature is. This black line here is the temperature inside the vehicle on this test day. The dotted line is the temperature at a nearby weather station. And you can see that just like in the top chart here, as the sun enters the car, the temperature rapidly rises and it peaks out about 130 degrees. The outside temperature stays in the low 90s. So again, you have that big difference between what's inside the car and what's outside the car. Very similar to what I have up here.
Now, the ambient air temperature, where exactly did you get that temperature?
Right, so this ambient air temperature down here I got from a nearby weather station in Walterboro near the airport.
Okay, so that's pretty close.
Yes.
And that is what you charted at the bottom. Now, the difference between the test, because the test was done, I think, a few days later, or 20 days later, something like that. It was actually hotter on the test day, but the humidity was lower. Is that correct?
Well, right. So that they tried to replicate as much as possible the same car, same location. They opened and closed the doors at the same time. What they couldn't control was the weather, and that's kind of why they brought me in to help explain things and adjust things so I can identify what the temperatures were like on the 5th. The day that they did the test, it was a few degrees hotter, and it was also clear. And car heating is related to both air temperature and the amount of sun that builds up, into the car. So what I did was I adjusted for that. I accounted for the weather conditions with an equation I have. And what I determined was that the cabin temperature wasn't 130, but because it was a little less sunny, a little bit cooler, it got up to 118 degrees.
All right, and so let me now talk, and I want to talk specifically about the day that preceded that, August the 5th. And let's leave. So your calculations now, in your testimony now, what I'd like to direct you to is the testimony specifically as to that car and the outside temperatures and the cabin temperatures during that time frame. Did you review the video in this case?
I did.
And you reviewed the time, and I think you also reviewed that in comparison with the other as well, correct?
Correct.
Tell me about August the 5th. What can you tell us about the ambient temperature outside? What can you tell us about the cabin temperature and the cabin temperatures inside the car? Is that correct?
Sure. Right. So 118 is my determination for the maximum temperature that was in the car on that day. On that day, the weather conditions, kind of range from, 80s in the morning up to, low 90, around 90 or so in the afternoon. It was also humid. We talked about that. It had a dew point of 74.
All right, tell me this. Let me stop you. You say dew point. I think humidity. What's the difference?
Yeah, it is a measure of humidity. So the two measures you see, probably what you see the most is the relative humidity. People in my field actually use the dew point more because it's a more direct measure of moisture. It's just like air temperature. The higher that number goes, the more water in the air and the more humid it feels.
Okay, so go ahead.
So the dew point was at approximately 74.
I'm going to go get a drink that may have some caffeine.
So what can you tell us about the temperature? First of all, from the beginning, and let's start at about 11 o'clock in the morning to, say, 5 o'clock that afternoon. What can you tell me about the outside, the air temperature, the ambient air temperature?
Right, so this bottom line is the ambient air temperature, and you can see
that's the dotted line?
The dotted line, yeah, the dashed line here is the ambient temperature that was outside the car.
Okay.
And from that weather station. And you can see that it was in the 80s, and at the end here, it got up to a little bit over 90.
What can you tell us about the dew point during that time?
The dew point was approximately 74 in the afternoon.
Okay. All right, and then how does that explain to you the two red dots that you've got there?
Gotcha. Okay, so the bottom red dot here is my determination for what the highest cabin temperature, the temperature inside the car was, so 118. Now, we had talked about how humidity and heat index can influence heat stress. So for a given air temperature, it's more humid, it feels more stressful outside. So when I accounted for the 118 plus the fact that the dew point was about 74, the heat index in the car, my determination was 135 degrees.
I'm now going to hand you State's Exhibit 18. This is, I believe, first of all, where does this chart come from?
This chart comes from the National Weather Service.
Okay. This is their official publication?
Yes.
Excuse me, just a moment. I want to ask you about some specific times, and I recognize that my questions here, this is actually going to be outside the car, correct? This is what I'm going to ask you. If I'm asking you temperature and on a specific time and dew point, you can basically just tell me outside the car.
Correct. So this would be how it feels if you're standing outside the car.
All right. Let me call your attention first to 11:07. I believe, let me back up. I've got times as 11:07 and all of them in 07. Why is that?
Yeah, it seems odd. Why wouldn't it be at exactly 11? The reason that happens is all these stations around the country transmit their data, and I was told that they don't want to transmit all at once. It can cause problems, so they stagger the observation times, so you get these odd times like 11:07 and so forth.
Okay. All right, so at 11:07 a.m., and I'm going to write up here 8/5. Make sure we're talking about the date of the incident. And let me go at 11:07. That's when you've got an actual time, all right?
Yes.
All right. So I'll give you this because you're probably better at that than I am.
And I have these values marked on my report, so I'll write that.
Okay. So what can you tell us at 11:07 in around Baltimore on this day?
Okay. So on this axis, just to explain things, on the vertical axis you have temperature, on the horizontal axis you have dew point, and all these values in this very crowded looking chart are the heat index values. So I'm going to identify 82, and then the dew point was 75.59.
I feel like I'm back in science class and the teacher's up
Somewhere
on the board.
between 89, I'm going to circle these two. It's somewhere between 89 and 91.
Okay, and that is 11:07?
Correct.
See if you can write somewhere on there, just point that to 11:07.
Okay. So, let me correct that. So you do have 76 on here. Hang on for a sec. I sketched this over 78 and not 76. Let me correct that. So it's 75.59. So it'd probably be closest to this one, that 89.
89 degrees?
Yes.
So at 11:07, heat index is 89.
Yes.
Okay. 12:07.
Okay. 12:07, it got up to 84 degrees. And the dew point was 74.42, so I'm going to round that to 74. And that would be about 91.
Okay. 107.
Now it's going to start climbing quite a bit.
Again, that's the ambient air temperature.
That's the outside air temperature. Okay. And the dew point was 74. And it's actually, this chart goes from 86 to 87, so somewhere between 94 and 97.
Okay.
So somewhere between 94 to 97, somewhere in the middle there.
And 307.
307, it was 90 degrees, and the dew point was 73. So that would be sort of between these two.
And where do those two come?
And so 98 and 100. So somewhere between 98 and 100.
And two more, 407?
407, it was 91 with a 73 dew point. So that'd be somewhere. This is getting tricky for me. I'm in between all these values here.
Between the numbers.
Yeah, so it would, let's see here. So 90, agree with it between 98 and 100. Wait, let me make sure I got this right.
Between 98 and 100, if I do my math correctly, is 99.
So between 98 and 100.
And then 507.
Okay, and at 507 it was 90 with also a 73 due point. So that would also give us that 98 to 100.
And these numbers that you've written out, those are, again, that's heat index outside of the car.
Correct, those are heat index values outside the car.
The three numbers that are highlighted, the 118, 74, and 135, what are those?
So these are my calculations for what the heat index inside the car would be. So that, at the highest point.
And I'm assuming taking all this other information into account.
Correct. So my determination is the highest temperature in the car was 118. And the dew point in the afternoon when that happened was 74. And you can see that the heat index in the car would be 135.
Go ahead and take the solution. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Please answer any questions the defense has. Thank you, Doctor.
Interesting, but I don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
I'll agree, Your Honor.
Just wanted to make something clear. Nobody disputes it was really hot in the car. Your numbers are all based on the assumption that the air conditioner never ran in the car. Is that fair to say?
Correct. I assume the air conditioning was not running.
All right.
And I can tell you why I made that assumption.
Well, so what I'll say is this. If a air conditioner runs to a certain point to where it overheats and the compressor cuts off and air circulates within the car, that would affect the heat index and all the numbers, right?
It wouldn't affect the heat index because it...
I'm sorry, not the heat index, the max temperature in the car.
It would depend if it was like blowing hot air in the car. That could actually potentially make things worse. But it would, there would be some air movement in there, but it would be so hot in there that even with a little bit of air movement, I don't know if it would change things a lot.
So it potentially, so if the air conditioner's running to a point where it overheats and it cuts off, where the compressor cuts off and it starts to blow hot air, it can make it worse?
Well, if you're blowing hot air into the car, right, and you already have hot air, you're just exacerbating the problem.
Okay. No further questions, John.
Just want to let you answer your question. He had asked earlier whether or not you assumed air conditioning was not on. Why was that?
Right. The way that I look at heat stress and body temperature, right, is that I look in terms of energy gains and energy losses. And if you gain more energy than you lose, your body temperature goes up. So I don't really see a way that Christina could have the medical examiner reported about 110 body temperature. I don't know how that could happen without being in a hot environment.
Scope of expert testimony.
Objections overruled.
Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So from the
internal temperature 110, 109.7. What could you tell us? I'm sorry.
Right. So from the way that I look at things in terms of energy, I don't know how your body temperature could get up to that point without gaining much more energy than your body could lose.
And so the gaining and the losing of energy, in layman's terms, what does that mean?
So what that means is you have that 118 degrees, right, that directs a lot of heat towards your body. And inside the car, it's hard to get rid of that heat because what we talked about earlier, that if there's not a lot of air movement, sweat can't evaporate, heat can't get whisked from your skin. So your personal air conditioner, your body's air conditioner isn't working well. You can't get rid of that heat. As you gain more heat than you lose, your body temperature will go up.
Yeah. Nothing else? Yeah. Question this witness, sir?
Yes, sir.
On the day in question where your test was run, whatever it was, August the 9th or the 12th, if you can answer this, if the test started around 11 o'clock, is that right?
I think that's about right.
Something like that, and that's not the important point. And then the temperatures were monitored throughout the day or across the afternoon as temperatures rose, both outside and within the car. Is that correct?
Right, temperatures are measured in
across the day, or across as you measure temperatures going up or maybe eventually down. Is that right?
Well, That chart isn't up there anymore. Right, the temperature in the car, you can see how it increased throughout the day.
My question is just, that's what you were measuring, right?
The temperature inside the car, yes.
Right. Now, if, hypothetically speaking, you had parked that car where you did, set it there, turn the air conditioner on, sitting in the sun, measured the temperature, and then after an hour or so, the air conditioner shut off or froze up, but you continued to monitor the temperature, it probably would have reached close to the same temperature in the afternoon, approximately anyway, would it not?
I've seen other studies. So if the air conditioner is running, the air temperature would be lower if it was functioning, right? And we've all been in air-conditioned cars; they're comfortable. If it was functioning, you would have a lower temperature, and then the temperature would go up.
Right. Once the AC shut off, the temperature would continue to rise, and it would rise pretty dramatically.
I've seen studies where they've cars, especially during the peak time of the day, could heat up to almost the maximum temperature within an hour or two.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Real brief. And you said it could be worse if the air condition stopped and started blowing the hot air. That would spike the temperature, correct?
It depends what the temperature in the car was already, but if it was drawing in air, that was in the off the engine and it was hot, that could add heat stress to you.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to speculate or anything like that, but just saying in that scenario, again, given facts, that if that scenario was there, then the temperature in the car would rise significantly at that point.
So I don't know exactly, because it would really depend on what the temperature blowing out is, so I can't say exactly. But if the air conditioner malfunctioned and it was blowing hot air in there, it certainly would be cooling the vehicle.
Right, and there's no way to recreate that without actually having data. Is that fair to say? From the car?
I couldn't give you an exact number without replicating that.
That's right, because your numbers are all based off a weather station. You're having to make just an educated guess of what it could potentially be. Again, like you said, based on the fact is if it started from no air condition versus if the air condition froze up, correct?
Well, I wasn't making just an educated guess. I was using scientific approaches.
Sure.
Correct it to something that I think is a very conservative value that's not too high or too low for what it's doing.
And we're in dispute. It was hot in that car, so that's not the issue. We know that's the way she died. Just trying to say, as far as the way the car could have heated up, would have been different than the way it's presented on that chart. Is that fair to say?
If hot air was blowing through the AC unit, I don't know because I didn't collect the data there. It was collected without that air conditioner blowing hot air.
Thank you.
Okay,
step down.
Quick question. SC, I realize you're not a fan of the judge. And that's cool. You don't have to be a fan of the judge to be here. I am curious, though, if you're complaining about how he's running his courtroom right now, or if you're referring to an earlier trial, say the Murdaugh trial. Or do you have some other experience with him? I watched both, and I'll say that the one thing I complain about this judge is how much he lets the counsel on both sides dictate the schedule of the courtroom. But other than that, I don't see him as any different than any other judge. They all have their little idiosyncrasies, but I haven't seen anything egregious here.
Good afternoon. My name is Captain Jason Walker Chapman, last name Chapman.
And what is your rank? I see the stripes on your sleeve, but I apologize. I don't know what
Captain.
it means. Captain?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Captain Chapman, you work with the Collinsville County Sheriff's Office?
I do, sir.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office since January 1 of 2013, and law enforcement, 26 years total.
And what is your job with the Collinsville County Sheriff's Office?
I am currently the Special Operations Division Commander, so I oversee tactical operations, all of criminal investigations, evidence storage, processing, things along those lines.
On August the 5th, 2019, did you work the case involving the death of Christina Payne?
I did, sir.
And generally, as an investigator, you went to the house, you saw the crime scene, that type of thing. Is that correct?
I did, sir.
Let me first show you, if I may, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 20, 21, and 22. Ask you, are these fair and accurate depictions of the scene as you saw them that day, the crime scene?
They are, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, we introduce State's Exhibit 20, 21, and 22. None, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Okay. So let me first go to the monitor, if I could, on State's Exhibit 20. What is that?
That is, you're looking at the front of the residence where the incident occurred. That is the exterior camera to the Night Owl video system that was installed by the homeowner.
And then go to State's Exhibit 21. That's a close-up, I'm assuming the same thing?
It is.
Where were cameras located on this house? And I think we've got a crime scene sketch of this house that we have put into evidence as State's Exhibit 8. Where were cameras located in this residence?
And they were located 4 different cameras. Okay. You had one in the front, the one that we see in Exhibit 20 and 21. That camera was facing the driveway towards US 21 or Low Country Highway. You had one camera on the right side of the residence, one camera on the left side of the residence, and one camera in the very back that filmed the backyard.
All right, so this obviously just shows the front of the residence, but where were the cameras just using State's Exhibit?
So if we're looking at this angle here, this front camera was coming towards the vehicle and overshot that whole area towards US 21.
And then the other 3?
There would have been this side, the far side, and in the back, facing the shed.
And then let's go to State's Exhibit 22.
So was it their own ring cameras?
This was the master bedroom inside the residence, and the video monitor where the DVR was connected that showed the 4 cameras.
The 4 cameras that you just described?
That's correct, sir.
Now, there was I want to make sure I get this right, video camera, a recorder system
yes, sir.
Involved in that?
Yes,
Tell me
sir.
about that.
It was a Night Owl camera system, pretty normal. Night Owl's like the most popular wired camera system in the nation. It was an 8-channel recorder, but it only had 4 cameras active on it, the 4 that we discussed prior. And it was in the cabinet below the television monitor. These are hardwired cameras, they're not wireless, so the wires ran to the back of the DVR, and you had one cable that ran from the DVR to the monitor. So you could live view on the monitor, but the DVR itself also recorded what the cameras captured.
Now, have you reviewed the recording from these cameras from this house?
I have, sir.
And tell me, how much of that have you reviewed?
As far as the incident date, I've reviewed the whole 24 hours. It started at midnight 01 on August 5th, 2019, and I ran until the camera was disconnected by law enforcement when it was seized from the residence, and I believe that was 9:30, 10 o'clock that evening.
Okay. Well, did you also review the back cameras as well?
I did, yes, sir.
And did you do anything to check and see if this was this recording was contemporaneous? In other words, could you tell by events that you knew or that you saw, could you match them up with the video that you're watching?
Yes, sir. The only variance was a small difference in time, which is to be expected. Your time versus my time versus the clock at dispatch. I want to say it was around 7-minute difference, but we could easily match up things that we knew to be true and accurate. For example, the arrival of Agent Hallie Godley that arrived the first unit on scene.
All right, let me stop you there.
Sure.
I think we have to keep evidence on that. State's Exhibit, put it up, we got it, nice job. State's Exhibit 5. Is that what you're talking about when you're talking about when Agent Godwin came up to the scene?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, and so you can see this from the video, but at the same time, in fact,
that's correct.
State's Exhibit 5 is actually from this video, is it not?
That's correct. It's a still image taken from the video.
So that's a way for you to be able to tell what's happening in real time and that matches up with the video, is that correct?
That's correct.
What about the 911 call? Did you do the same thing with that?
We did, and just to further validate that the video we were looking at was from that particular day, in the picture in Exhibit 5 there, you can see Larry King on the telephone with 911. We can, obviously we have that recording and we can hear the discussion that he's having back and forth with the telecommunications officer, and Agent Godley arrives on scene and you can hear his interaction with Agent Godley over the telephone to 911. And so again, when you match all of those up, it's just telling us that the video was an accurate representation of what was going on that day.
Let me show you what's marked State's Exhibit 40. Could you tell me what this is?
Yes, sir, it's a flash drive.
Do you know what specifically the flash drive is of?
The flash drive.
I know it's got some writings on the back.
Yep, that's my signature. I previously reviewed the video to ensure the flash drive shows the incident date, the camera footage from that incident date.
At this time, Your Honor, we move State's Exhibit 40 into evidence.
No objection. Submitted.
Now, let me ask you this. With State's Exhibit 40, did you also review the demonstrative that showed both the front camera and the back camera went out?
I did, sir.
And is that accurate as to State's Exhibit 40?
It is. It's simply taking the image that you see here, which was the front-mounted camera that covers the front yard, and at some point in time, splitting the screen and showing the rear camera at the same rate, at the same time, on the same date, just so that you get a bird's eye view of front yard and backyard at the same time.
Right. Let me ask you one other thing, too. Could you tell if this was a motion-activated camera or if this was a continuing run camera?
So it is motion-activated. Close review of the DVR shows that it was still set to the default standard. When you buy a Night Owl system, it's automatically defaulted to motion-activated. You have to actually cut that off. But in this case, the DVR was set motion-activated on all 4 cameras with a 15-second pre-record and 30-second post-record per incident.
So this is recording pretty much in real time to everything except for when there's absolutely no motion whatsoever. Is that correct?
That's correct. It runs the whole time, but the only time we'll see video is when it is activated by motion, and you'll get that pre-stamp and post-stamp, and then if there's nothing else going on, it will actually stop. And that's why on occasion you'll see a 30-second jump or a 10-second jump in the time. It's because there was no video to record at that time because there was no event.
Now, you reviewed this and you just testified, I think, from 12 o'clock the night before until this time. Is that correct?
From midnight on the 5th all the way up until the time that we took the video system down and cut the video off.
Okay. And was the video of the car during this time?
Yes.
And when was there any motion around that car? Excuse me, let me back up. When was the first time there was motion around that car?
Other than an occasional dog or cat in the early morning hours, the first activity was around 11:16, I think it was, 11:16 according to the camera time, and that was Rita and Larry exiting the residence with Christina and walking to the car.
And that is in the morning?
That is in the morning, 11:16 a.m. according to the timestamp on the camera.
Okay. But prior to that, there was no movement around that car?
Prior to that, the only thing, like I say, there's a dog sets it off, a cat sets it off, vehicles going up and down US 21 set it off. But as far as anything approaching or interacting or opening or tampering with the motor vehicle, no, sir.
And I'm assuming when it videotapes, you can see that?
You can, sir.
Now, at this time, we would introduce, and in fact, what we're going to do is we have the full video. Again, as he has described, there's a section in it when the back becomes relevant as well, and we have superimposed that. Other than that, it's accurate to the what's the State's Exhibit 40. And so at this time, we would like to publish this to the jury.
It's in evidence. You can publish it, but as you cue that up, we're going to take a break and give you all about 5 to 10 minutes.
The only thing worse than us sitting here
come back, it's going to run for
watching the court and possibly not being able to see the video
go to the jury room, please, do not discuss the case.
is the fact that the witness has to sit on that hard chair for 5 hours watching the same video. Oh, man. They'll probably take a break in there. We have not seen any images so far. Nothing that they've published to the jury has been shown to us yet. And this is sort of consistent with Newman's courtroom. It's been difficult to see some of the stuff sometimes. I hope they show the video. Yeah, and if this is security camera footage, it's going to be probably no sound on it. Okay, and that's just, as I say, no sound. They cut off the sound for us. Sit down in front. You with the shiny head. Down in front. We did see the videos in Murdaugh, but the setup was different. The screen we're seeing right now is between the audience, or the gallery, and the jury box. So the jurors look toward the gallery where the camera is located to view the screen. You remember in the Murdaugh trial, it was like doing a dance. Anytime they're trying to show a video, they're like, where can we move to get this? We have a single camera position in this courtroom, and we're watching the court from a single point of view. I don't think we have a live feed connected with this at all. So we'll see. Maybe they'll connect it and make it happen. But I'm betting we have 5 hours of no audio video. Let's see. For some reason, I was under the impression that the video we were about to watch was from a neighbor that could film this from across the street. It was their cameras. But apparently it was their own. It was the defendant, Mr. Larry King. Not the Larry King you're thinking of, but a different Larry King, different beard. It was his own cameras that caught this, and the police confiscated that. So that's almost like a Sarah Boone type. You know, your own video is going to do you in. Marcy, I think this is an open and cut. I'm going to start over. Scratch that. Where's the scratch it? Oops. I need to do the oops sound. Just 1 second. I'll find that. Yeah. It's somewhere. I don't know. There it is.
I apologize.
You guys found it before I could. Is it this one?
Objection.
You mean recently?
No.
Oh, back then?
Yes. Do you recall telling?
I don't know. I don't recall any of that.
Objection.
Sorry, that's the wrong soundbite. Yes, the scratch all that one was the one I wanted. Scratch that. I will try this again. Open and shut case of guilty. I believe, yes, open and shut case as far as guilt goes, or, they're accountable for this action. But as far as what that falls under, if this is negligent or if this was intentional, I'm not. My mind is not made up yet. I haven't seen that evidence. But I don't believe this was accidental, just from what I've heard so far. But my mind is open to be changed. I'm trying to weigh all the evidence. Just saying the only evidence that's come in so far shows that it was not accidental. And I'm basing that off of the fact that they knew that she was in the car, that it was hot, that they was in distress, and they did not break a window. They didn't call for help. They, left for an hour and came back. Early court day tomorrow. Yes, we've got storm coming in. Just do a quick check here. I'm going to jump over to Weather Watch's channel. This is a live stream. If you want to watch this yourself, type !WW in chat, and you'll get a link to Weather Watch's channel here. This is where the storm's at right now. Category 1. It's heading up for that big bend up there right between the Panhandle and the peninsula of Florida. It's going to cross over in through Georgia and up into South Carolina, which is where this court is, in South Carolina. I'm just north of that in North Carolina, so I'll be hit with this after. And I don't know. Hopefully in there somewhere I'm going to get to metal detect on the beach and find some cool gold coins from Spanish ships that sank many, many years ago. But that's neither here nor there. Anyway, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Early court day tomorrow, and then Thursday there's no court. They just anticipate not having court at all because everyone's going to be underwater. Okay. Jay Holiday says, I haven't watched any cases since the Letitia trial. I came in to see what we were up to and just wanted to say, loved the goatee. Yeah, surprise. It was actually, this is 2 days, Jay. Just 2 days growth. Okay, it's like 2 months. Okay, this is the best I can do. I'm about ready to trim it off. Like, by trim it off, I'm talking Bicket, baby smooth. Because I want to try on some scuba masks, and I need to be able to seal it to my face. Like, you're supposed to take the scuba mask and push it to your face and have it stick by itself without the strap on the back, and that shows it's a good seal all the way around. And you can't get a good seal with the mustache. And if I shave off the mustache, it would look a little funny with no mustache. You guys are going to clip this, I know, but it looks a little funny with no mustache and just the goatee. Not sure if I could do that. But Katcha 80s Music Man. Saw you sneaking in there. Busted again. Kimbers, Ohio, welcome. We've got a few new people here as well that have clicked the subscribe button. Welcome. You're one of us now. You can never leave. We appreciate you joining. It's like Hotel California. I looked up planes overhead. It's creepy how all the west side of Florida has no planes. Let me take a quick look at that. Let's see. If I'm paying for flight radar, I should probably view it once in a while. Log back in. I think I'm on my Apple account. There we go. Okay. Let's take a little look at the... Okay, let me bring this in. Just 1 second. Okay. Taking a look at the eastern coast, we've got a lot of activity. I mean, plane activity, this is normal throughout most of the United States. But then when you zoom in here, look at this huge section in the middle of the screen where there's nothing. That's where the hurricane is. And even the whole west side of Florida, I mean, there's very little going on. This little guy right here, this Delta plane, is getting out of Dodge as fast as he can. We've got a few people that are cutting across the tip of the bend here, but really there's nobody in the whole area. Even on the backside here, that just got the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico. They're just barely starting to take flights in there. So that's indicative of a major storm. Let's see who these guys are. JetBlue, they're trying to get across. They're trying to get to Tampa. Look at this. Okay, check out JetBlue here. This is their flight path. They're trying to go around and land in Tampa ahead of this storm. So they're trying to fly all the way up and around. See if these guys are doing the same thing. Nope. Boston. Yeah, not many. This might be one of the last planes that are going to be landing in Tampa here. Where'd it go? Did he just get rerouted? Oh, that's Orlando. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Actually, that's just there. It's not here. Go back to court here. I missed what you guys were talking about here. Okay. Nope. No planes through a hurricane. There's only the hurricane hunters. They're the only ones that fly through a hurricane. TPA closed last night. That's Orlando. TPA is closed. Tampa is closed. No planes landing there. Plane shaking and vibrating. Pilot white knuckle on the controls. We can beat it. We can do it. We just more power. More power, Rabbit. Let's see, defendants. I have a video that we're innocent. Me. Oops. That's what Sarah Boone did. Check my phone. Check my phone. I've got pictures that prove everything. Yep, you do. Speaking of which, Sarah Boone, we've actually had some issues on the website for Sarah Boone. I'm going to check really quickly and see if Orange County's got this fixed. The latest we heard was her lawyer had filed to get off the case. He wants off. He says he's got a conflict, actually, that's making a problem for him. Record search, court records. There we go. Log in really quickly. Record search. Boone, Sarah, I'm not a robot. And there's the trial. Trying to see if there's an update. We do expect one more letter. Okay, it is updated. The 9/8. So in just a week and a half, we've got a pretrial conference. That hearing is where the judge is going to decide if he's going to allow this motion to withdraw to be granted. But it looks like Mr. Bankowicz is still on the case. At least he's listed as the attorney of record right now. So that's our update on Sarah Boone. We'll keep an eye on that one. All right. What else do we have? Her case isn't fightable. Her own video says it all. Seriously, every single lawyer she's ever had, I bet, tried to say, look, you need to try to just take a plea on this one. And she wants to fight it. Kimbers, Ohio, welcome. Say hello to everyone over there on Brandy's channel. I know we try not to cover the same case, but everything we wanted to cover today fell through. We had talked about this one, last week, and looking forward to it, and thought we'd try to skip it because of the content, being hard with a child victim, but we ended up having to go here. Lawyer has to be at his divorce hearing. No, here's a question for you guys. Judge Newman has said there's no way this trial can continue into next week. It has to be done this week. And with the hurricane blocking out a couple days, what does that do? First of all, it puts us in a bind. It means that the jury has to decide quickly, which I don't like. We saw that previously in our last case that we followed. But why can't they go into next week? Is it you just have a hard and fast court date, or has he got some vacation coming up? What's happening? Yeah, we're getting prepped for a 5-hour video, which we may or may not see. And if we're not going to see it, I don't think we're going to sit here and just stare at the wall. That's Vicky, that's what I'm asking. Why does it have to be done in a week? Can somebody check Judge Newman's docket and see what he has going next week that's so pressing? Because maybe we want to watch that as well. Labor Day's next week. Yes, it's a big day. I want to go out and metal detect. Could they get a mistrial for that? Not for rushing the schedule, I don't think so, as long as they have adequate time to present everything and they're able to present everything in the time when it's their turn. Now, if the judge said, sorry, we need to cut you short, defense, we're not going to allow you to have, to present all your witnesses because we need to have this go to the jury. Yeah, there's a mistrial. But if everybody presents all their witnesses and they say, hey, this will work, and he's asked them, he says, are you guys going to be done by this time? Yes. Are you going to be able to be done this time? Yes. So now he's going to hold him to that schedule and say, hey, you said this. That's all right. But if the judge were just to cut people off, that would be bad. Why did that just happen? Okay. Maybe he's on vacation. Christine, you want to metal detect? I wish I could take all of you metal detecting with me. And I would split everything you found with me. Is that fair? No, that's not fair. Not today, Satan says, thank you all. I've missed out, but had to get better. Broke my wrist in 3 places, but I'm back. Typing slowly, I assume, but good to have you with us. Not today, Satan. I appreciate you being here. We've missed you as well. Peeps, I hear that. Tag says, I had to stop by my local Walgreens drug dealer on my way home from the doctors, but happily shaking my meds and hanging with my peeps now. Yeah, we had a fun little run-in with Walgreens the other day. They sell my favorite ice cream, by the way, which Matthew Harris tipped me off on. He calls it like the Texas two-step ice cream, but they call it cookie two-step with the brand I've been able to find, and it's a mix of cookies and cream and chocolate chip cookie dough. And oh, is it delicious. It's so good. You can eat a half gallon of it and just like, oh, where did that go? Let's see. Jay Holiday said, missed y'all, didn't see yesterday. Should I watch that before jumping in now? Today was actually the first day we had opening statements and testimony today, so you didn't miss anything. Yesterday we had a lot of fun, but it was not this case. We watched a lot of the Louisiana parole board hearings and took sort of a half day off. Let's see. I think a comment got deleted on accident. 80s Music Man Brandy was wondering if you had snuck in already. I saw on a Zoom disco with my disabled sons, who I'll watch later with what I missed. I was dancing at a Zoom disco. That is cool. I didn't know they had Zoom discos. What's your biggest find? Biggest find, probably like the hood of a car. As far as my favorite find, would have to be the 1834 $5 gold coin, New Orleans, mint. It was delicious to find. It was so yummy. Not like the edible coin, but it satisfies my soul. It was my number one on my bucket list. It was the top thing that I wanted to find as a metal detectorist, was a U.S. gold coin. And so finding that and having that come out of the ground after 75 years of being in there, and I know that because we found the story of the guy who lost it and we were able to return the coin to him. It was really, really cool. Finding a gun, that was also fun. Lots of rings. I think I've found, 100 or so rings. Most of them are junk, but about a fifth of them are gold or silver.
Bring the jury.
All speaking, please.
Okay, I'm hoping they've got this set up. The judge is laughing at somebody.
Bring the jury.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
How many hours is this video?
4 hours and 14 minutes, and obviously with motion activated, you've cut out a good bit, so it actually is covering about 6 hours, but the video itself is 4 hours and 14 minutes.
That looks stolen as well.
You want me to tell them that?
Sorry?
You want me to tell them that?
No, don't tell them. They'll walk out.
I think, out of respect to them, probably. I mean, in case they are waiting on the next break and they have some way to signal or something, I don't know. But it's
You can take a break in here somewhere.
Yes, sir.
We'll get a break after 2 hours.
I'll just give an update on the schedule and everything.
Yes, sir.
I think we'll do this and maybe start at 8
Yes,
tomorrow
sir.
morning and run to 12, then check out
Yes, sir.
till Friday.
I think we should get most of everybody done. Do you, just for scheduling purposes, Your Honor, I'll make it work however you tell me to. But from a scheduling standpoint, would you run the whole video tonight, which would probably put us, I guess, at 7:30, 7:45, or would you want to break it and do some tomorrow? I think either way, we could get our witnesses done by noon tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we'll see. We'll try to
Yes, sir.
deal with it. Yes, sir.
Coordinating, obviously, if we're presenting a defense case, if they're done by noon tomorrow, I just want to make sure, go ahead and ready to have everybody for tomorrow, have that defense case to
Be a standby. Not everyone, but someone.
Finders, keepers, greeners.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So we're going to play, the next will be a video that's about to be played, and which means we're going to stay a little late tonight and try to complete this video. And we're going to start early tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., because at noon tomorrow the county is shutting down because of the hurricane or storm or whatever it may be coming.
It's a hurricane.
And the courthouse is scheduled to be closed tomorrow afternoon and all day Thursday. And I'm sure if it's storming real bad, you all would love to be not here anyway. during the storm. So we're going to do all we can between tonight, tomorrow morning, by noon, probably early again on Friday. We'll talk about that tomorrow. But that's where we're going to go for a while. If anyone needs to make a phone call, we'll take a break at some point for you to be able to do that. We're done with that. Yeah. Next witness. Yes, sir.
It's the same witness, Your Honor.
All right, next evidence.
Okay. This might get really weird really fast. I don't think it's rushed. I just think it's a cut and dry case. There's no one's disputing, how they died, how she died, who she was,
Your Honor, just
how she
briefly,
got
as
there.
we're running here, if I could ask the witness, can you tell us where the time and everything is on this?
Yes, sir. Upper right-hand corner of the screen, you'll see 8-05-2019 for August 5th, 2019, and your time is to the right of that, and it's 11 o'clock as it just turned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And now the court reporter gets a break for 5 hours. She gets paid, but she doesn't have to type anything for the next 5 hours. So, what do you guys want to do now? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a quick chase for some documents. We're looking for the Judge Newman's media order on this trial. Let's see what. Tell me. My brain is just waking up, even though I've had a little bit of caffeine. What is the courthouse? I know we're in South Carolina, but what's the county? What court are we in with Judge Newman? Colette?
And if any time during this video someone needs a break,
oh, she has to type again.
Get up and start walking, and we'll stop the video.
Colleton County. Okay, we at least get to see the defendants. The gentleman on the left with the white shirt is the boyfriend. The lady on the right with the blue jacket and white shirt is the mother. The attorneys have moved over into, I guess, what would be jurors' seats, because they have juror seats on both sides, maybe, so they can watch. So that's her attorney right there in the blue and red striped tie. Bailiff is playing Candy Crush. A couple more attorneys have settled in with some snacks and drinks to watch the entire video. Trust me, they've seen it all before. They have seen every frame of this video before. But, and they've billed for it. They've billed for that. But they'll be watching it again. They were taken into custody and they have been released on bond, is what I'm hearing. So they're not in custody now because they're out on bond. I believe the defendants are able to see if they wanted to. There's only one camera, or there's only one TV screen from the looks of things. Everyone's looking the same direction. The judge is watching. The judge isn't watching on his computer or up on his desk. He's watching the big screen. The witness in that hard stool is watching the same one the attorneys are. So I think there's just one screen, and it's facing away from the cameraman. Tricia Fishburne, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here as a member. Thank you so much. You can never leave once you're here, by the way. But who would want to? I mean, really. Make sure you take your seat on the front row. Reserved seating for members. Type ! Seat in chat. The reason why I'm looking into the court order on media. Let's see, media coverage order from Colleton County, South Carolina. The last one we had was the one from Murdaugh. This cameraman is like, what do I do now? What do I film? Jackie sent me a text with the judge's calendar. We're trying to see why they're in such a hurry to get out of here this week. The judges said we cannot continue trial next week. Calendar for next week is... Monday he's off. Tuesday has common pleas, non-jury. Okay. So what we might do is put this in a small screen and watch something else a little bit. Might have to court hop. So let's see what we got. Do some 3 boxes maybe. Which one is this? So this phone. Let's do a 3-box. Box source 1. It's gonna be hang on one second. Let's see. I think we welcomed Trisha to the club already. Thank you very much, Trisha. Nurse for God just gifted a membership as well. Congratulations to the winner, John Stupple, gifted a membership by Nurse for God. Thank you. We're gonna look for another trial to follow. Just one second. We're gonna keep the video going from this court. It said in case something interesting happens. There might be arguments. There might be objections. Let's see, 14th Circuit. That is a felony trial, but that's a lot of child essay involved. Do you want to do some evictions? We might hear a lot of great excuses. Let's see. I'm going to turn down the volume here. This is out of Wisconsin, Dane County, Wisconsin, dealing with eviction issue. Let me go back to SuperSource. Cut right here. There we go. You want to do parole board? Just one second. Let me look. Parole board is not live. They're not running today. They run every couple of weeks, I guess. Every week. It's funny, we were going to cover the trial of Sasha Scare down in Bexar County. And I was negotiating with KSAT. I was on with the news director and their social media person to negotiate a deal on the video. And I told them how many viewers we would have, roughly. and it happens to be double what they currently have. Maybe that's why they said no. But oh well. I lost the cable. Okay, well, sorry. Let's switch back to this.
Two things: that on the date in question, you were operating a motor vehicle in the city of Berkeley, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, the registration plate on the vehicle had expired your most previous birthday. Also correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Court accepts your plea of responsible. And let's take a look at that registration certificate.
Let me know if that's clear enough.
Let's not show his address before it focuses in on that. There we go.
Granted. You're going to keep having those birthdays, sir.
That's the truth.
All right. Drive safely.
All right. Thank you so much.
Is that correct?
Uh-oh. Speaking of driving safely.
Hello, Mr. Kimbrough.
Hello, Your Honor.
Is that car in motion?
It is. That's why I kind of had it on hold, because I'm at a stoplight now.
All right. Well, that makes me a little nervous. Is it possible you can pull over? I don't want you getting in an MVA while you're on the air with the court. Okay.
He's not wearing his seatbelt.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to call back at the light. I'm gonna park it now.
Thank you.
The officer's like, yeah, this is all the evidence we need right here. We could have some additional charges for this particular defendant. Brandy's taking us on a beach tour. Oh my goodness. Is she mobile? Oh man. You know what I want to do? I want to mount a pan tilt zoom camera that looks away from Brandy's apartment. Okay, I'm not a creepy guy, okay, but looks away from Brandy's apartment down at the beach. I just have like a beach camera we could always just pull up and have access to. Do you think she'd be game for that? The officer's just trying not to joke with us. Okay, now he's driving, steering. This trial, the cameraman's just panning. He's like, we got all the B-roll footage we need of people not doing anything in this trial. Yes, she's mobile. Okay. Let me see if I can bring Brandy in on.
Mr. Kimbrough, are you parked?
And so I'm basically, it's like traffic right now. I'm trying to get to a spot now because I didn't make it to my destination yet. It's so I'm kind of at the halfway point.
Well, the court appreciates that, but the court doesn't need to be at the halfway point with you. Is there anywhere you can pull over safely?
Yes, there's a location right here. I'm rolling to the entrance now. It's just backed up. I'm like 20 feet away, not even that.
He did put his seatbelt on. He buckled up.
Do you have your proof of insurance with you?
No, it's at the destination. That's the only problem. So I'm kind of stuck here.
Mr. Kimbrough, the court has tried to accommodate you as well as it can, but the court is going to remain with its original action on this matter, and it's going to be reset. Okay? Thank you so much for trying. Take care. Please check your mail for your reset date.
You get to try again. And you're lucky you didn't just get additional charges. Man, that's funny. Okay, what's up with... I love the storm chaser cam from Brandy. That is hilarious. Let me see if I can bring this up. hang on. I've got to get rid of weather for just a minute. Let's shrink that down. We'll bring Brandy over. And get some sound here.
The east has gotten lighter.
Let's swap 103, sorry.
You can see how much bigger the waves are now.
Those are not waves. Those are ripples. Okay, there's some waves. But man.
Maybe, maybe if this whole true crime YouTube thing don't work out, maybe I'll just ask Weather Watch if I can have a job on his channel. Facing storm.
Oh my goodness, that's awesome. Let's see. What's
my britches just got soaking wet, but that's okay. It's okay.
We'll get this sorted here. That's funny. Brandy's having a blast over there. I'm jealous. I really am. Brandy's on the beach. She lives on the beach. She has the life. What a view! Yeah, this is what she instead of looking at that every day, she opts to look at a computer screen of a courtroom. And if she crouches down and gets under her desk, she can see out the window. But she's blocking the view that people pay ridiculous amounts of money and wait all year to go on vacation to receive. And that's just her everyday out the window view. Where is she? She's on the Gulf Coast, in the Panhandle area, right at the top of the bend. She's just outside the hurricane path, just to the west of that. But Brandy's amazing. Anyway. Yes. We have people on both sides that watch both at the same time. So Brandy's the Reed Timmer of true crime. Yeah, she's gonna be chasing tornadoes here in no time. This is how the other half live. Well, and then there's the rest of us who are sitting here stuck in court looking at the backside of a TV screen wondering what's going on the other side. Why wouldn't they show this video? Kathleen, I think it's not this video that's the problem. What we have is the court is hiding all the video from this trial. There's some very graphic pictures of the injuries the child sustained from dying from heat exposure in the car. The blisters, it's not pretty, and it's a child victim, and so they ruled that was not going to be shown. And this also is part of the exhibit, so they don't show that either. Tell you what, we have nothing happening in court until 7:30, and I can promise you they're not going to stick around late to discuss a whole bunch of really interesting things. We're going to have 2 hours of watching people watch a movie, which is it's like Mystery Science Theater, only you're standing in front of the screen looking back at the people watching the audience, and you don't even get the sound. So they watch a 5-hour video without audio. Yes. Why does the captain have to sit up there? I don't know. He's the one I'm most sorry for, because he's not very comfortable. That chair is not comfortable at all on the witness stand, but he'll be there for 5 hours. We are not seeing any video of this. We are the movie. Oh man. Why aren't they skipping the times when nothing happens? Brooke, I think for the rule of completeness, they're showing the entire video to prove, and mostly it proves that all the time they didn't do anything. This was a motion-activated camera, and there was constantly motion, whether there was some wind or breeze or something. It was recording almost all the time. There was only about an hour of time in this 6-hour window that it was not recording, and so they're showing all of it to see both what they did do and what they didn't do. Brandon wants RA with metal detector. We'll have to make this happen. I'd love to go down to that beach and do that. Our metal detector is heavy. Yes and no. After a long day of metal detecting, it feels like about 20 pounds, but you can get them very light. If you have like arm conditions or shoulder or elbow issues that you can't do heavy weight, there's both slings that transfer the weight from your arm to more of your shoulder area or more of your torso. That will help you be able to swing a metal detector, as well as some lightweight metal detectors I could recommend. I've owned a ton of them. I could help you out with that if you're seriously interested. I wonder what the other camera that's facing the screen, who's getting to view that? I don't think it's in use. Let's see, where's the camera? That one right there? Maybe somebody is. Hold on one second. Let's dig. It's possible that camera is not live streaming. Yeah. Nobody has it. I was talking with KSAT yesterday. That's not one I can take. I talked with the court down there in Bexar County. I talked with KSAT and tried to negotiate, and they wanted no part of it. How do you have all the hookups like this? No, I'm not God. Far from it, but I've just got connections, that's all. Like lots of cables make connections. It's actually not a shortcoming on the part of the cameraman. Every time a camera crew gets access to the court, they'll push for everything they can get. If they had their way, we would have 15 different cameras, and every witness would be individually mic'd up, and we would have lighting sets in there, so we'd have great sound and excellent audio, excellent lighting, excellent visuals, a direct feed for every presentation. That's what we would have, but the judge typically is the one that controls that. And you realize Judge Newman, the last high-profile case he did was the Murdaugh trial, and it was a circus. It was a media circus, and he probably pulled back a little bit from that. Said, "I'm not going to allow that much this time." And so now we have a single-source pool camera that just films the court, and we get some pretty good audio, but it's not the best. But it's the judge's call on this one. Okay, Tower Hill Girl. This is an interesting question. Hold on. My phone's dying. I have to turn on the battery. In the BK trial, wow, cool stuff. In the BK trial, Brian Koberger and his team filed to have courtroom live camera access revoked, so there would be no live cameras from the trial. They cited in this. They actually said that the issue was that I think it was Fox. I forget. One of the news channels that was in the courtroom running a camera had specifically disobeyed the judge's order, which he said was to not focus in and be no close-ups, basically, of Brian Koberger. I'm not sure why that's a big deal in Idaho, but that's the thing they like to do. They say you can't do close-ups of the defendant. Well, they're the one on trial, okay? Who do you want us to film? But that was the issue, and then they obviously, and if you watch any of the videos from the hearings, even though they come out after the fact, the videos are close-up on Brian Koberger. We get these close-up, both the still images, and the video. It's all right close on him. We can even tell, if he's got bruises or something on his face or, pimples. It's a very much a close-up. And so the state said, hey, it's going to be impossible to get a fair and impartial jury with this level of scrutiny from the cameras, where they can catch him in a moment where he looks, looks very guilty, and then that gets plastered up on screens and papers all over the country. Let's see. So if it's been, let me search for Koberger. Here goes some police. Okay, the latest on this. So he's asked to have cameras removed. So Thursday, or an hour ago, Brian Koberger's attorneys filed a motion Thursday asking that cameras be banned from the courtroom for the rest of the case, including the trial. So they've asked for that. I don't think it's been ruled on yet. That's what they want, though. And I think that there's a huge public interest here, and the court has to weigh that, and not just the public interest, but the right to a fair trial, and the right of the press to be able to view that as well. So they're going to try to find a balance area. Hopefully they'll find one that allows video, even if it's on delay. That would be good. Brandy's live from the beach where she lives. That's where she'd be live streamed from every day. I think that would be amazing. Let's see. My 13-year-old who I homeschool just asked me where are the best places to metal detect because he wants to try it, and what would be a good one for him to get. Sorry for the questions. Charmaine Lilly. Let me ask the budget question. The budget question is a huge deciding factor. If there's very little money in the budget for a metal detector, you can pick one up for under $100 that will be able to find metal. But it generally will not be able to tell the difference between different types of metal, say like a nail from a gold ring. It'll sound the same, and the depth that it's effectively able to detect underground is probably minimal. So very little capability on the discrimination side, and a lot of the features might be by a little poor. The frustrating side about that is everything you dig up seems to be trash when you have a cheap metal detector, because you can't tell it to ignore the pull tabs and the nails and the iron. Whereas a little more expensive detector can rule those out. Once you get into about the $250 range, you can start getting into some detectors that are really nice, like the Simplex, made by Nokta Macro, is a good one. A good entry-level detector. Very rugged, good for kids that way as far as durability goes, as well as loaded with features that you don't find on a lot of detectors in that same price range. If you have no budget concerns whatsoever and you just want to blow a bunch of money and have a lot of fun, and you're really into the hobby, MindLab makes some fantastic machines. The Equinox series, 600, 800, 900, and they're about the same prices, $600, $800, $900 each. But Brandy's down by the beach. I need a link. I need Brandy to send me a link so we can join her. But Would you consider making a how to become a YouTuber, maybe with Brandy, JT, Weatherwatch, etc.? Of course, paid course though. I would not do a paid course. I would tell you everything I know for free. And I do know some stuff, but it's Amanda. I would if you're interested. Are you interested for a child or? I'd tell you anything I'm doing. If you want to know how I do it or why I do it or what I've learned, I'd be happy to share any knowledge I have. This is the reason why, Amanda. The internet's big enough for all of us. I know my little world is small. I see the same few 20,000 people on a weekly basis. That's just my community. The internet is huge. It's enormous. There's space enough for everybody, and there's everyone's a little bit diverse in their interest in what they do and how they present it, and I think there's room for everybody to do what they want to do on the internet. Ooh, MindLab Vanquish 4040. Any remarks? I think you're going to like it. I have not used that one, but the Vanquish lineup is really good. I love MindLab. The Vanquish is a little bit. Let's see. Is that one a multi-frequency? I don't think it's multi-frequency on the Vanquish. But it's still a really good machine. Really good machine. I don't know about the waterproof. Usually multi-frequency machines are better on the beach where there's salt water. So I'd have to look at the specs on the 440, but I've heard good things about it. Great for parks and coin hunting. I'm watching Brandy on the beach tour. I've got her pulled up on my screen. If you guys can see what I'm doing right here. This is my view, so I'm watching Brandy's view while I'm talking to you guys and enjoying that. But the Colonel Kids, 100-pound one, but I have no idea where we can use it on legal land. Legal is the catch. You've got anywhere. Here's what I'd recommend. I don't usually knock on doors and introduce myself and say, "Can a metal detect on your land?" I'll talk to people, and when I'm just associated with them, when I meet new people, we get to know each other. And then I'll introduce what I do, and a lot of times they'll say, "I've got this property over here. Are you interested in detecting that?" And that's where you get permissions. You'd like to build the connection first with somebody before you just say, "Hey, I'd like," because they view it as you're basically like a land pirate. You're coming to steal the treasure that everyone thinks their land has some Civil War gold or ancient Roman hoard that was buried there. That everyone thinks they've got all this treasure, and anyone with the metal detectors is just there to steal it. England has some different laws, some that I really agree with as far as the treasure laws go, and some that are a little tough to deal with. But make a connection with somebody first, or talk to your town council, talk to local places, see if you're allowed to go to parks. It's a lot of fun going to little parks, soccer fields, along the sidelines of soccer fields where people set up and watch and set up chairs, or football in your case. It's rings and coins all up and down the sidelines, and pull tabs and junk as well. But I'd love to know. Trying to get my Parrot's YouTube going. Parrot Court. There is a huge interest in 24/7 animal cams. So if you can set up a live feed with a cheap camera, like a GoPro camera that can view a parrot, and you can watch what's going on, especially if they do funny things or say funny words. That's good. Is that a Steadicam setup? With that, they keep panning across this camera, and it looks like a full-on Steadicam. Okay. YouTube currently has 2 billion users. Yeah, there's more than enough to go around. And what I'd say is, don't try to be somebody else. Okay, I'm not Mr. Beast. I will never be Mr. Beast. Me trying to shock the world with doing some weird stunt is probably not going to get me the attention that it does him. But I do have interests that I like, and I like to share them, and I do it on my channel. And if I would say, first have a hobby, have an interest, have an area, a niche, depending on how you want to pronounce that, and get comfortable with that, so that you could probably say, if you meet someone, talk to somebody about that topic for maybe an hour, just nonstop. Be able to talk about it for an hour, just everything brain dump. Just have that knowledge, and if you don't have something, maybe learn a little bit about it until you're comfortable talking about it. You know, if you want to do weather, learn a little bit, take a couple classes on the weather, and then just start before you're ready. Really, don't wait until you have the million followers to like, okay, now I can live stream. Just start and go live, and you know, make some friends online and take some advice and listen to the feedback, and begin. I can help on the tech side as far as all the nerdy stuff goes, with what you want to do. I mean, I've got the capability to set up my channel so that viewers can run everything. They can literally run. You guys already run a bunch of the sound bites. I can set it up so you guys can run camera angles, and you know, I could even. Well, I won't say that. I can set it up so that you can make it very interactive for the viewer. It doesn't work on my channel to do that all the time. Like it wouldn't make sense for me to be able to have you change between video sources, but. Stuff. Okay. Elizabeth, unfortunately, in the hobby, unless you know personally the metal detecting person, you find this a lot. And I'm very disappointed in this because metal detecting as a hobby needs more champions, and it needs people who are willing to sacrifice some of their own personal interest for the betterment of the hobby. If we have fewer and fewer people get involved in metal detecting, the laws will eventually change to where metal detecting is almost not legal. That's just how it is. But the more people that participate and do it in a good way, that's open, that's sharing, that's positive for both history and for, you know, the community, the better it is. Or I can help you as long as you spend a couple thousand on Apple products. Jim Bob, I'll be the first to say, Apple is the worst channel to use if you want to use OBS for a streaming software. Apple's the worst brand to use. They just don't handle that type of video very well. Gosh, that says quit giving out info that I charge people for. If you want like professional help, Cachette can for a small fee make all this possible for you. Michelle, here's what I'll say. As soon as I find out what mod jobs are supposed to be, I will let you know. I've learned all this by trial and error, and honestly, I found a bunch of moderators, or they found me, who said, I'd like to do this for your channel, and they've stepped up, and everything I've learned from them. So anytime they make a mistake, it's because I did not make my expectations clear. And it's my fault, honestly. But they're just the kindest, most generous people with their time. Just the most amazing people. You don't need to talk to people. I mean, look how many people are watching this and nobody's talking. I mean, I'm not just kidding. There are different ways to have a channel, and no, you don't have to be a public face on the channel to have a YouTube channel. If that's something you don't want to be, you don't have to do that. The officer on the stand is also feeling bad that he's left alone there on the stand. Look at him sort of pop the neck. He's less than an hour into this, and he's already wishing that he had worn something other than his dress blues. DMB, that's out of context, and you know it. I love the updates on Brandy walking on the beach. I'm watching her walk on the beach right now. She's on my screen back there. Let's see. All information should be free. Most information is free. Even information that people pay a lot of money for to gain in like a college setting, you can probably find it free as well. It's just a question of knowing how to look for it, and that is, you know, some valuable knowledge as well. Chris, the judge has ruled. I think he's dozing off. Judge Newman might fall asleep on this one. The judge has ruled that we don't get to see the video, at least not live. Let's see. What's happening in the courtroom? Debbie, great question. The courtroom, they're watching a video of a home security system which has no audio, and it's filming the front yard of the defendant, Mr. Larry King, his house. In that yard, there's a car. There's a Volkswagen Jetta, and in that car, there's a child. and they're watching this video for the next 5 hours of what all that occurred around that vehicle as it just got hotter and hotter in the sun. And eventually, when the car was finally opened up, the child was brought out and she had passed from the heat. So that's what they're watching. The parts that the defense will want to draw out are going to be towards the end of this video, where the individuals, both the mom of the girl and the boyfriend of the mom, were taking what they call actions to try to save her life or help her, trying to get in the car, trying to get it unlocked. And that's basically, I think it was too little too late. Brandy got flipped off. Who flipped off Brandy? What is wrong with people in Florida these days? I'm looking for another video we can watch because there's really nothing that's going to happen. This is going to be the view for the next 5 hours out of, I think Brandy's headed back to her house. What's up with Thurston County? Let's see if we can check in with Thurston County really quickly, shall we?
That this order existed?
Let's see.
It was listed in the system, but the actual verification came later on.
Okay, how do you verify that later on?
When I actually I actually need an actual paper copy, and to read more information on that, I actually have our dispatch center contact our jail, which at night they actually have those orders that they'll pull up, and they actually will print a paper copy of that order. Therefore, they're confirming that is a real order. We have the copy of it, and they'll actually email me that.
Thank you. And how do restraining orders get served on respondents after they're created?
Yes, they are.
And are you able to see if this order was served? Were you able to see if this order was served?
Yes, just an electronic copy gives me a lot of information on. It'll actually tell me if the order was served, when it was served, and what's important to me is when that order expires.
And were you able to see if were you able to see if the order had expired?
I confirmed that it had not expired. It's still valid.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's an empty.
So I'm now showing you what's been previously marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This would be the paper copy of what we call hard copy of the order. That was for the violation I was investigating.
Thank you. And does that fairly and accurately represent the no contact order or the restraining order that was in effect on December 17th, 2018?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Your Honor, this has been previously published to the jury. Request permission to place on the again.
Yeah, it's been admitted. You can republish it.
This is an incredibly boring trial. I'm going to find a better one.
So what is this document titled?
A restraining order?
What is the docket number?
I think this was the same court with the soft
I would use to identify the order
sit.
is
Yeah.
actually just we're above it. I will not be able to read it from here because I have one contact in, but it's actually on the right-hand side where it says NO number. It has the year of the order, and then, of course, the rest of it is for the information identifying that specific order.
Thank you. And if you need to move closer for any of these questions to see the
I can't go to that one trial.
Thank you.
I can't go to the Sasha trial, unfortunately.
So who is listed as the respondent on this order?
That would be Nicholas Floyd Hansen.
Thank you. And who is the petitioner?
Callie Marie Williams.
And does it state?
Yeah, the familiar thing is the jury used to sit in back on this trial. Do you remember that?
Sorry, just
during the jury
do this.
selection.
All right, so does it state on this page where the expiration date is? I believe it's...
It should, but I would actually, this would be a case where I'm gonna have to come through a little closer to look at it.
That's fine. Maybe you can bring the microphone with you so for the record.
Oh, does this come off? Or just...
It says cord. It's pretty long.
Dragging the microphone around the courtroom. At the request
Actually,
of the
on
attorney.
this specific page, it does not.
What does this line state down here?
This order starts immediately and ends 12 months.
The microphone is tied to this camera,
on date
so every time he talks.
All right, now if we turn to the last page. Does this page tell you when the order was signed?
Yes, it does.
And what is that date?
That is 9/12/2018.
So if this order ended 12 months after that, would it have been in effect on December 17th, 2018?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to page 2.
I object.
Can you read what the findings are after notice?
Objection, Your Honor. Okay. Could you repeat your question?
I'd like the officer to read what the findings are after notice.
That was the most timid objection I've ever heard.
Documents for itself, Your Honor. Okay. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay.
Think on your feet, quick. What's the next question? Did you hear the objection? It was so timid. Even the soft-sit guy was...
I object.
You need to really put it out there.
What is your conclusion on what this order requires based on the other restraining orders provision here?
What it restrains a person from doing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very specifically, it's marked there, and it's actually the font is actually darker as other restraining orders. No contact with the minor child or Miss Williams, except for service of documents and legal matters.
Does it affect the validity of the order that contact is misspelled?
Excuse me?
Does it affect the validity of the order that contact is misspelled? Your ability to enforce it?
No, it does not.
He's reaching out on a limb. He misspelled contact. Does that mean that the order is not enforceable?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to...
You're going to give up.
show you one other document.
Okay, we're gonna go somewhere else. This is awful. Painful. Oh, the microphone's back. Microphone's back. How do you misspell contacts? I'm guessing it had a K. At least one K in there. Lawyering 101. This is right after intern school. Okay. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing? Hold on one second. I'm going to try to find another video here.
Is that correct?
Okay, I'm thinking we've got Greenwood County first appearance docket, possibly. Might be happening. Invisible witness. Yes, we have one of those. Holly Mack, I was watching that. She did a great job. That was awesome. I was hoping that this feed would come up here. Mrs. R.A. is talking with people who want to replace our roof for a lot of money. For those that are curious, my house is old and my roof is also old, and it needs a new roof. And the last time we got an estimate, it was right around the $30,000 price range to replace the shingles on the roof. $30,000 is a lot of money, and so we have not replaced the shingles on the roof. And now they're trying to tell us that, oh, insurance will pay for it, but I'm not convinced that that would be the case. Drunk teacher arrested first day of school. Oh my goodness, that's bad. I mean, school's rough, but that's really bad. There's a ladder going up. I guess they're getting up on a roof. Go figure. Nothing is happening there. Let's see if I can find a different video. Got evictions, possibly. This is back in Dare County, if they'll ever start talking. Hello, Your Honor. How are you doing? Can you see me now? Maybe she doesn't know her camera's on.
iPhone 2, please unmute yourself and tell me who you are. It's *6 to unmute. There we go.
Hi, I'm Ayana Hewlett.
All right, Ms. Hewlett, I will mark you as here. It looks like Attorney Lopez is your attorney. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. She is here. She's in a breakout room on another case. It'll be just a minute.
Okay, thank you.
I get a really quick copyright strike on that one. Cannot do that. I could do the repair myself, Jim Bob. It's not a question of legality of doing that. The problem is, I'm in a 2-story house that is built on a, what they call it, when they build a little wall, and then so it's elevated off the ground a little bit because it's got a little frame on the ground, like brick outline that it's built on. So it's 2-3 feet off the ground, and then the first story has 11-foot ceilings, and the second story has 9-foot ceilings.
All right,
and
I
then
see
it's
Ms.
a 12
Hoffmiller.
pitch
Should I
roof.
bring back Ms. Reeves?
It's a long way to fall. Who's this dude with behind me in a T-shirt in court, looking official?
I think she's back.
Yep.
Or is she?
His name's Paul.
Is she back?
Yep, she's here. So we're going to adjourn this one for a month, Commissioner, to give TRC time to process.
September
26th.
26th. What time would you like?
2:30 or 3 is good for me.
Does that work for you, Ms. Reeves?
Yeah, shut off the original court. Sorry, it does have a lot of background
You're
noise.
muted.
*6. Ms. Reeves. And she's gone.
Ms. Reeves, does September 26th at 2:30 or 2 work for you?
I think they'd appreciate it.
*6 if you're on a phone, Ms. Reeves.
Bench warrant. Bench warranter. Miss Reeves is over this. She's like, whatever. Whatevs.
Not sure where Miss Reeves went. All right, Attorney Hoffmiller, you want 2:30, you said?
Yeah.
We'll set this matter over to September 26th at 2:30. New notice will get sent.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Not sure where she went.
I can let her know she's also employed here.
Thank you.
Yep.
She's also employed here, but not any longer when you skip out on the judge. Unique detail, I watched that Zoom hearing.
All right, Attorney Newcomb, I see you
was
are
bad.
back. Do we have the Lofton and Nelson?
You need us in the break room?
Yes, please.
Okay. We'll go back to that. Melissa, go back to break room 2. Thanks.
Looks like Grove Apartments are trying to kick someone out.
Attorney Lopez, Elena Hewitt has checked in as well.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner. I will say, Commissioner Katnoff, that my client has moved out. So just an FYI for that case.
We will wait till the plaintiff shows.
It wasn't they hacked into Zoom so much as they did a social engineering hack to get into Zoom. They connected to the publicly available Zoom information room.
I just let Jen's iPhone in.
And used the names of people who legitimately should be allowed to speak.
Can you unmute yourself? That's a *6 if you're on a cell phone.
No video for the media, unfortunately. We're stuck watching.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, are you Jennifer
now
Scherer?
it's down altogether.
Yes, I am.
All right, I'll mark you as here, ma'am.
Thank you.
Attorney Roth, you're here for Stephen Metzler. And
I think we're going to call it a night as well.
Is that correct?
Vivian.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I think we're going to wrap up. We're going to go here. What weather camera? The weather camera, for those who are interested in the weather camera, this one I have on my screen right here. This is actually Weather Watch. He is one of our moderators, a good friend of the channel. He's also my podcast partner. This is his live stream right now on YouTube. He's given me permission to restream that for him. This is a live look using some pretty high-end weather tracking software that is looking at exactly what's happening down there in the Gulf Coast with this storm. So if you want to follow this storm, he's just running this on. I think it's just a silent stream. I haven't heard him talk on here yet, though. Weather Watch. Type this. See ! WW. Right there. There it is. That's his handle at WeatherWatchTX. And it's live. You can watch that as the storm rolls in, and follow the path all the way up there. If you're looking, this is in South Carolina. Oh, let's see. This is in Georgia. Oh, now he's playing with it right now. Okay, here we go. Let me turn this off, this on, just in case he's got any sound. We'll hear it. But new hurricane advisory number 12A. Last update 8:29, 1 p.m. Wind speed 90 miles per hour. Max gust of 105. The storm movement is northward direction. Location is 25.2 north, negative 184.9 west. Maximum SLP is 974 millibars. So wow. What's Franklin doing? Let's see if I'm not sure how delayed Thomas can you drag us up to Franklin. Franklin is about 400 plus miles off the coast of North Carolina. Oh yeah, it's going to make landfall 7 a.m. roughly, between 7 and 8 o'clock tomorrow morning it should make landfall there in the bend of California, or sorry, Florida. Wrong side of the country. And 125 per hour sustained winds with max wind gust up to 155. That's going to be quite the doozy. And then it's just everyone north of that is bad. Okay, so this one that's zipping out of here. It's funny because Idalia is going to take the place of Franklin, but Franklin's going way up off the coast. It's causing really high surf for the Carolinas right now. But so that one is currently 125 mile an hour winds with a max gust of 160. I think that puts it a category 4. Is that right? I think it's a 4, or maybe it's downgraded to a 3 now. But that's moving off into the ocean. As it gets into cooler water, it's going to weaken a little bit, and you're seeing that. But it's not going to cause any problems for any of us, at least in the near future, barring, we go to the beach. Tropical Depression 11. It's in a pattern that's not really a concern to me. That one's way out there. I know there's one more as well off the coast of Africa. Weather Watch says it's a category 3 right now. Okay. Aha, they're showing the video. Wow. Hang on. Wait for it. Let's go back to this.
Reeves.
No, we don't want this
I'm
one.
trying to figure out how. I'm sorry.
You're doing fine.
No, you're
I'm not good at stuff like this.
So we got
for
the
heaven's sakes.
video.
How does he do that?
You can see the only thing we're watching. Man, there's a 13-year-old girl in that hot car, and it's man. That's terrible. I'm not sure what the black box is covering. It does look like a redaction. I'm going to turn on a little bit of sound in the courtroom. There's no audio on this. At least we're not getting audio on this feed at all. Interesting, they asked everyone to stand up. They're still playing the video. They have not paused it. Who's that dude with a gorgeous-looking beard? Are we looking at jurors? Okay, just the positioning we're looking at here. They probably need to zoom in on the screen just a tiny bit. The judge is allowing them to stand as we're watching in real time. What happens, and there's not a lot that's going to be happening here.
All right.
South Carolina and North Carolina do not require front license plates. Virginia does, just to the north of us. And cops love to give tickets to people from out of state, so they just look for cars without a front license plate and ticket them. The screen door is open. It's been open the whole time since we've been watching. I'm not seeing any wind. I mean, I'm not. You've got that. It looks like the tree has what they call Spanish moss hanging down from it, which is that gray sort of just. It's a plant that sort of grows on the trees with no roots. It just grows in the air. It drinks humidity or something to survive. It's beautiful. Love Spanish moss, but it blows in the wind very, very easily. Yeah, there's no motion, so it's got to just be hot. Richard, yeah, I think that was the time they say they put her in the car at 11 a.m. We did not get to see that. They described that and described the way they put her in the car as less than gentle, or it was the boyfriend that was putting her in the car, and supposedly that was going to help us understand that they were doing this on purpose. Joanne, yes, the sunroof is open, but the cover to the sunroof on the inside, the slider cover, is closed. So there's no. Well, there was just a jump in time because there was no motion, no activity. TBS, she's in the car. Her name is Christina, 13 years old, cerebral palsy, unable to open the car herself. Can't speak, can't even cry out for help. She's a very, very small, fragile body, almost emaciated. Is that the right word? Mark, the testimony we've heard is that I believe both defendants, both Larry King and Rita, and I can't say Pangalangan. Is that how you say the name? Both of them had methamphetamines in their system, and they were on a meth binge during this time. Emaciated. I added an N in there. Thank you very much. Their explanation was that it was more accidental, that the car was locked accidentally, and they weren't able to get in. They were trying to get in. This video pretty much destroys that defense. Any proof the car was running? I don't think so. You think they would be able to pull... that car looks new enough that it should have a computer they'd be able to pull the chip on to see if it was running or not. Yes, the defendant is married. She and Larry are no longer a thing. I'm not sure if he argued it was running. He argued the possibility of it running. Yes, the boyfriend put her in the car. The state is saying that they conspired to kill her and that this was their plan. It's a high bar to prove, and honestly, that may come back to bite the state at the end of this. This is the boyfriend's home, and it's the boyfriend's cameras. There are a couple other cameras that they'll show briefly as the footage on them becomes appropriate. They'll just overlay them on this video. The heat will eventually cause states of exhaustion, but that I don't think there's any evidence that there was any other type of sedation. You realize she has cerebral palsy, and she's not able to move, to open the door herself. She can't speak. She was basically trapped in the car. Yes, this is what the jury's watching right now. And the people who pop up their heads now again, these are the lawyers who are watching this as well. I would say it's right up there with seasickness. It's something you don't want to be suffering from. I imagine if the one thing that could help the defendants prove the car was running would be if the car had, say, like run out of gas, was completely out of gas, and had turned off for that reason. Momo Shark, this video will play, it will cover about a 6-hour period. Over 5 of it. Oh, we're getting some camera movement here. Over 5 of it is of her in the vehicle. Listen to learn. I don't know exactly what she was able to do for herself. There's an indication she was able to drink from possibly a specialized sippy cup that she was able to hold and work, which is pretty amazing, honestly. But she was not able to open like a doorknob, for instance. She couldn't make that movement. So I don't know if say like if the window lock was locked on the driver's side, if she's in the back seat, she would not be able to get out. Since we've watched this video, it's covered only about 15 minutes, and we have not seen anyone come out. About 15 minutes ago, Golden Girl. They do have a camera system inside the house in the bedroom that shows this video. So they've got a monitor that shows this video. They were in the yard playing, swinging on swings, taking pictures, kissing, hugging. They were right there next to the vehicle. They didn't leave. They stayed right there. Minnesota Nice, the camera movement was from inside the courtroom, and it sounded like they were possibly changing some sort of media device on the recorder for a backup copy. Did I time somebody out? Okay, 1 second. Let me check. What's the account that I timed out? I click on things sometimes and miss it. I'm not seeing the account. I timed out. Mark York, I do apologize. I apologize. I gave you a 300-second timeout. It was not intentional. That was my mistake. It should come back in a few seconds. It's an automatic. I can't end it. It's automatic by YouTube. It will allow you back in just a little bit. How rude of me, Mark. I do apologize. The Internet FBI. Glad I got cleared. Thank you very much for that. I was concerned. The sunroof, the glass on the car is open, but the cloth or the plastic and fabric covered slider that is the sunshade underneath was completely closed. So no airflow or light could come through that sunroof. I do have 21 objections right now. We haven't heard any more currently. She could crawl to some extent, but couldn't open a door. Jay Greeno, one of the previous witnesses, actually two witnesses, not this witness, but one before, testified to the temperature outside and inside. The inside temperature of the car would have felt like, I think, 135 degrees. And if any of you have ever gotten in a hot tub that's over about 110 degrees, you'll know just how warm that feels. That is not. It's blistering. Literally, it was blistering heat. No, Jim Bob, there would be no sun. Imagine this sunroof in this car has two layers. There's the glass, which is sort of like a tinted glass that can be lifted up. Oh, there's a hummingbird or a wasp. I think it's a wasp. The glass can be lifted up so that when you're driving, that provides a little bit of ventilation through the top. But underneath, there is a slider that closes. And it's used as a shade, so it's a sun shade, and it can close and completely seal off the sunroof. So even if you have the top lifted, no air can get through this second layer. That second layer was closed. So even though the sunroof is open, it's not allowing any ventilation, either light or ventilation in. The chains, I believe we're going to see those chains go down to a swing, is my understanding, like a bench swing on the porch. I believe they're going to get on that and use that at some point if they haven't already. But no, the black box, I think, was added to obscure something across the road, either an address or people activity that's not included in this. Donna, her body temperature was checked at 109 when the EMS arrived. They only rated it as 109 because that's as high as the thermometer would go. It could have been higher than that, but they just didn't have equipment there to test higher than 109 for body temperature. Tracy, this has to do with the rule of completeness, and it actually serves two purposes. It's so the defense can't say, actually, in the part you didn't show, our defendants were trying to do something. It eliminates that defense, and it also it shows for the jury all the time that they didn't do something. So how impactful is this on the jury? As we're sitting there thinking, here I am in my seat in a 70-degree courtroom, and I'm uncomfortable having to sit here all this time. How would it feel? And this is going through every juror's head. How would it feel if the temperature were slowly climbing? And if instead of 70 degrees, we're at 75, and in an hour we would be at 80, and then at 85, and just look at that for 5 hours and 45 minutes. I think this video will pretty much decide it for the jurors. That sounds like an old VHS tape. Oh, now we're watching an old video. We just jumped back to 11:16. They were just rewound. So this is the pertinent part. Here's the boyfriend putting Christina in the car. Okay, so that was rewinding to the beginning. Replaying the beginning. It didn't look gentle. That's all I'll say. The speed and how he yanked the door open with her head right there by the door, it didn't look gentle. It didn't look like it was cautious at all. It also didn't look like it was started. Now, it's possible. I have a car that I can start remotely. I can be in the car in the house and I can start the car. Well, I say I have a car. It's actually my wife's. Let's see. Let's cut back here. This is the same video again. He just dumps her in the car. He just throws her in the car. I don't know how that car door didn't hit her head as he ripped it open, as she was almost upside down. The jurors will have to sit through all of this. They're going to get out about 7:30 tonight. I'm going to watch here to see how the doors close. Specifically, we saw how fast it was opened. Did she just check to make sure it was closed? Like, check to make sure it was locked? The door closed, and then it looks like she reached for the door again and then stepped away. Because right now, honestly, it looks like she's getting ready to go. Like she's getting ready to leave. I don't know what they're arguing about. Yeah, he's, I think he's in an altered mental state. He seems to be a little bit itchy. Easy with the hands, dude. She's smoking. We're seeing smoke there. Yeah, they could if the two sides were on speaking terms. I don't think they are. They're not stipulating to much at all. The defense is fighting every single thing they can. Yes, this is his house. The dog was not in the car. The dog was around back and came running over when they came outside, I believe. Jackie, that's pretty much the summation of this case. They put the child in the car and then did nothing for her for the next 5 hours and 45 minutes. So South Carolina does have the death penalty. I don't know if they're seeking that in this case. It might be an option. I'll need some. We'd have to know the charges and if the prosecutors are going for it. Interesting that she is not at all acting the way he does right now. I mean, obviously she's smoking. It looks like a cigarette and is quite calm, but he is quite agitated. And itchy. The mom was a school teacher. She resigned shortly after the arrest, but she had won Teacher of the Year. Okay, so she does look a little unsteady. She's yelling at his head. This is how it began. This is the beginning. In court, they're, an hour ahead of this. Yep, you read that right. The problem we have is we need another live view. The way it works, you have to physically stop the connection to start another one, and so to change camera angles. That second camera is what we're watching right now, the one that we were looking at. That is the one that's currently being broadcast, but it had to be physically connected to get this. They need another live view. I've got one. Interesting. He just put his hand on, well, never mind. That's not what I'm talking about. He put his hand on her forehead as if to feel how warm she was. And then he put his hand somewhere else. So, go figure. We're about to see more than we want to see on this video, and we already have, but dude is he's putting it out there, so to speak. We're caught up. We're now at 13:46, so that puts us at 1:46. Where are you at, Zoe? Zoe was here just a minute ago. Dodie, stay safe. Storm is coming. I don't think they're fighting. I don't think they stayed out the whole time, no. There was a long period of time they weren't outside, they were in the house. Looks like Adalia just upgraded. Thanks for the update, Dave. See if we can go back to our 3 boxes just briefly. Swap out these boxes, sorry. Got the evictions going on in the top corner, but the audio's off. Wind speeds are at 100 miles an hour, max gusting 120.
All right, we are set for 1:30 eviction hearings.
Sorry, I thought I had the audio off. It's off now. Yeah, remember when I told you it sounded like they were playing a VCR or changing out the tape? They literally were changing the tape. They had recorded this and went back and played the old recording. And then once the recording ended, it just jumped to the live. So that's why we have the live video now. So we're back to what the court is seeing right now. Mr. Mark York, I do apologize. I timed you out on accident when I was trying to read your comment. It should have been a 300-second timeout. Once it's timed out, I can't reverse it. But you should be able to talk now. So sorry about that. The weather watch we're watching right here is from our weather watch, from our good friend Thomas, who's also my podcast partner for Friday. Keeping an eye on the hurricane as it's just upgraded to a Category 2. Looks like it's steering just a little bit more left, even more so left now than it was a minute ago. Like they know it's going to bank and turn to the right, but it seems to be drifting further and further left. Sean, I'm in North Carolina, so I'm going to get the remnants of whatever happens here after it goes over Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina. Court video a little bit bigger. Yeah, I'll swap that out. Just 1 second. We'll go back and watch court for right now, if that's all right. Man, we're watching more than court. This dude with his hands. Yes, I can swap screens. What do you want to see? I don't want to see that. Somebody handcuff this guy before, yeah. Yeah, that's not what we want to see. But we do want to see what's happening, just not that. The vehicles you're hearing are from the courtroom, outside the courtroom. Judge Newman's court is right next to a busy road. You'll often hear sirens and things like that. So that's not audio from the video. She keeps holding the what looks to be the fob for the car, the control for the car. Now, didn't she say that it was in the car? That the control was locked in the car? I didn't see anything. Hopefully, nothing was shown. So it's almost 2 o'clock right now. She looks at the car, walks past the swing. I think she's got her car keys in her hand, in her right hand. I keep seeing what looks to be like the fobs. They were the fob and the car key. Matthew, good to have you here. We're watching a 5-hour-long video, a security video of actually from one of the defendant's house. The gentleman with the beard with his hands down his pants is his name is Larry King, and he's one of the defendants accused of murder in this trial, where a 13-year-old girl with cerebral palsy was left in a hot car to die over 5 hours and 45 minutes. She's in the car as we speak in this video, as it's playing. The woman he's talking to is the girl's mother, former teacher of the year, and it was testified to that both these individuals had methamphetamines in their system when their blood was drawn after this event. So we've seen exactly since the girl was put in the car, just a little after 11:30. We've seen exactly one time that they seem to even look at the car, and she just glanced at it. And other than that, they've just been in the house or out on the porch just talking. Sean, yes, she was alive when she put her in. She's almost quadriplegic. I mean, she has very little functional control of her limbs. She was able to move around like crawl using her legs and her arms on the floor, but could not do things like open a doorknob or even open a car door. And they put her in here in the car. The way they put her in, she was. He came out carrying her out of the house and just about hit her head with the car door as he wrenched the door open, and basically just dumped her in the car. And then they took a while. I'm not sure if they were seatbelting her in or what, but she's in the car. They slammed the door, and they've been pretty much ignoring the car since then. Their behavior does indicate there may be some chemicals involved that are altering their mental state somewhat. She couldn't yell or scream. She couldn't verbalize. She could make sounds and indicate emotion, but she was not able to shape words like you and I do. Yes, they do go inside. Just wanted to show you this really quickly as we take a brief break and go to, let's go to this guy right here. Yeah. Only works when I have it up like that. We go here. Now I'll switch to the other screen. We're just off the coast of Florida where there are no planes flying except for this one. This one's flying right out into the Gulf of Mexico because this is a NOAA weather radio. This is a hurricane hunter about to go out and measure the storm to get some more accurate data. So they're going to go out and fly right out into the eye of that storm. And flying out of Fort Lauderdale, from Fort Lauderdale and returning to Fort Lauderdale. It's going to be hopefully some more data here shortly. Yes, they've got a full crew out there. Just a few men can command that plane, but they've got a crew on that plane flying through that storm. Oh, there go the hands again. Okay, I'm worried. I'm worried. Hang on. I'm worried that we might be watching something we don't want to watch. Yeah, let's go to a 3-box, shall we, real quick? Because let's swap these guys out. Let's make that a nice small picture in the corner. Don't want to see that at all. Okay, what did she just put down there? Hang on, we need to see what she just set down. Those looks like the car keys she was holding. I think she put her car keys right there on the railing. Looks like a key fob. Does meth make you amorous? In your own mind, it looks like they're going inside. They're going to continue this discussion on the inside. Yeah, they're continuing whatever they started on the front porch on the inside. I think that's a safe bet. They went inside because they're too hot. Yeah, literally. So they go inside about 1:13, 1:14, right? Or sorry, just after 2 o'clock, 2:04. Carol Lynn, thank you very much. Love that green courthouse by your name. Appreciate your support of the channel. This is being shown live in the courtroom, Crusoe. The heads we see, the shiny heads we see, are the lawyers who are watching this as it's been shown in Judge Newman's courtroom. So this is a live feed. We didn't have it previously, but they brought it to us. think she left the keys to the car right there on the porch. Here's what I'll say, and this I'll pose this question to all of you. The state has alleged that these two conspired in this murder. Conspiracy, maybe we'll have Matthew weigh in on this, but conspiracy basically means they planned it. They are in on this together. This was their idea. This was the outcome they wanted to have happen. Does this video convince you that that's what occurred, or does it look like she was getting ready to leave and then she just didn't? Ryan, you're right. It could be a vaping device. We did see her smoking, but here's what I know. Generally, people that use vaping devices either just use that or they use tobacco. A lot of times, I haven't seen a lot of people that smoke tobacco and use a vaping device. And we have testimony that she smoked tobacco, and she had a Tupperware dish, a Tupperware container in the car, in the back seat as well, with all cigarettes and everything in it. There's also in the back seat a bag that has a loaded double-barrel 9mm pistol. Yes, you heard that right. A double-barrel 9mm pistol in the car as well. I didn't even know those existed until today. Kevin, the lawyer has hinted that the car may be running at this point, or for some length of time the car was running with the AC on. I wonder if they're going to be able to find some evidence to back that up. Looks like a vape next to a key fob, a big key fob. Okay, so what I'm saying is with the state charging this conspiracy charge, they have to prove it or it will get thrown out. If they can't prove conspiracy, this may benefit the defendants. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's going to be if that's listed as a separate charge or if that's an element of the charge, the main charge. We'll have to pull the documents to see exactly what the charges are right now. They might have changed at the last minute. They are playing it on actual speed. This video camera is motion activated. So after a period of time when it does not see any motion, it will stop. But because they're on a fairly busy road, the traffic that goes by means that it's almost constantly recording. And during about the 6-hour period that this video recorded, only about an hour of that was not captured on camera. That's the concern, Anne, is that they overcharge this one. If they conspire for any illegal activity, then felony murder could apply. They don't even necessarily have to conspire to kill the child. We heard this morning, actually we heard yesterday in arguments, we didn't on this channel, but this Judge Newman heard arguments in this case regarding that conspiracy charge, and defense was saying that the charge isn't even complete. It doesn't even list what the conspiracy was. So maybe that's to Matthew's point. She kept using a lighter to light her cigarette, so I think it's a fob on the porch. Yes, the defendants are both inside the house at this period of time on the video. The defense has hinted that the AC may have been on for a period of time. And if so, the video, I don't think the car was just left running. Okay, it doesn't make sense that the car would be left running with nobody in it. So the car would have to have been started when she came out. Most vehicles don't let you just do a remote start and just leave it running forever. It might be on like a 10-minute timer or something like that. We could do a quick search on the Volkswagen Jetta and see if it has that feature, but I doubt that you could do a remote start and just leave the car idling for 6 hours. Because she didn't get in the passenger seat. She didn't manually start the car. Yeah, they're generally on a timer, and it's designed so you don't accidentally forget to leave your car running and just, you know, it's not good to idle a car, but not good for the environment or for the car. Felony murder is when you and some people conspire to rob a bank, but a co-conspirator murders a teller. All members of the conspiracy could then be charged with felony murder. Crusoe, I hear you. This is heavy. We tried not to go to this case, but everything else we tried to pick up, we got shut down on. Don't like doing child victim cases. Red Pen, I think the defense here is going to be a lot like the defense we're going to see in Sarah Boone's case, where we also have a video that clearly depicts exactly what she did wrong. It's not. They'll have to focus on something else outside of this video because it's very hard to fight what happened in this video. Jessica's doing some research on the VW for us and says, from what I can see, it looks like if it does have the auto remote start, it would shut off after 15 minutes. Hang on, got a personal call. They're going to pause the video. We might. They're taking a break for 10 minutes. I don't think we can see anything else. Okay, I'm going to switch because the jurors are walking out behind that camera. We don't want to show them. All right. Let's see. Let's do a quick check with Matthews. Excuse me. Let's do a quick check with Thomas on the storm situation. It's now clearly a Category 2, moving almost straight north. I think Brandy's safe because she's. I think she's closer to the Appalachia. Where is that? I don't even know how to say that. That little bump that sticks down off the panhandle. I think that's where she is. But all of South Florida is getting those bands of rain. Just moving up, even though. See, the path still has it. Oh, now the path has it a little further inland. And that could actually be a good thing. If the eye of the storm stays on over land, it's going to probably be weaker than if it goes over the water. Because even that coastline up by the Carolinas is going to be warm water that can be some fuel to help it recharge. So it's can we go a little further north? It's going to take a few seconds because there's a delay. Just want to see my house, that's all. Brandy's further west. She's going to be okay. Okay, so it's coming off. Well, that's going to be fun. So I can see Greenville on the map right there. You can see that. I'm basically there. So I'm outside the cone. It's turning before it gets to me, but it's going to be throwing, the way the rotation goes, it's going to be throwing a lot of waves and water up that sound. Who's drawing on the map? And anyway, it's going to be interesting. Rain and winds in Tampa area, says Jackie. Yeah, it's probably going to be that way probably for the next 12 hours or so for you, I think. A little update. I need to get out there on the coast. That's going to be some good metal detecting out there. Now look at this. Look at Northport. Look at Cape Coral. Tampa as well. These guys got just really, really hammered by Hurricane Ian, and this is the same place that's just getting dumped on with rain now. And probably some winds as well. Brandy is safe, but she'll get lots of rain. I'm dead center of the path here in Lake City, Florida. Oh, man. Judy, stay safe. Do what you need to do right now to stay safe. This is important. I will tell you that if we don't have court on Thursday, there's a chance I might not live stream that day at all, and I'll probably volunteer with Crisis Cleanup, which is a group I've helped with in the past to answer emergency phone calls, so we can coordinate first response and help and disaster cleanup in the affected area. Weather Watch is drawing on the map. This is the flooding area. This is everybody who's going to get hammered with flooding. Look at the rotation of the wind. As this pushes up through the Gulf, it's pushing water up ahead of it. Okay, so there's going to be a storm surge. The wind is blowing water towards the land. So you get that. If this coordinates with like a high tide, it can be a ton of extra water. A huge storm surge that can do major flooding, and the wind damage as well when it hits. A Category 3 is a strong storm. Just lots and lots of water. Thomas said, have you call in, but my wife has my phone, so I can't do that. How does the eye of the storm look? Is it I see we've got a lot of moisture out ahead of it, but is it really keeping its shape and building as much as they think? It looks like, whoa. There's a point of impact where it's coming on ashore. I love this. Love this Weather Watch. It's like I have a 10-foot storm surge, 10 plus feet of storm surge right there is what, and that's, let's see, that's just south of Tallahassee. It's a lot of water. It looks to me, I might be wrong, but it looks to me like they've updated the prediction to show that they expect a Category 3 storm sooner in the path, so that it's actually building faster than they initially anticipated. Because I thought it was going to be like a 3 right before it hit the shore, but now it looks like it's got more time out over open water as a 3 to gain some strength, which is not good. Hope Randy's on the second floor. I think she's above the second floor. She's fine as far as the water goes. Even if she were getting 10 foot of water, I think her building would be fine. Still kind of broad for the eye. It hasn't really solidified. Weather Watch, are you thinking that it's looking worse over time? Is it getting worse, or we have any indicators that it's pretty much staying exactly as forecasted? I see the number of alerts in the corner, up to 43 alerts for the different areas and counties that are expecting bad weather. Let's see. I think we are. Let me see if we're back. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, they're re-showing the old video. This is back at 11:32. Starts to go to the car, doesn't. I don't know why we're jumping around so much in this video. I think they're trying to show what we missed during the breaks. It's looking a bit worse. So, as in the time frame of video, we're watching after she's been put in the car, but before they go into the house. So we picked up. I think they're still on break right now, but we picked up. More scratching. Yes, we're back in the scratching period. She's got a cigarette in her hand. Cigarette needs a lighter. Could be a lighter in her hand as well, but it looks like the fob dangles from her hand at different times. A lot of times a car on idle, remote idle, will automatically have the headlights on. I'm not seeing those. That's a good point, Daniel. Donna, there's a good chance you will. Let me switch to this view. Prep this one. Now they're fast forwarding. Literally, the cameraman is fast forwarding, not in court. They're just trying to show us what happens here. This is a creative way to catch up on things we missed. If only we could watch the entire thing like this. So I'm just getting set for doing some hurricane calls, assuming that's what's going to happen this week. Looking at my dashboard for the system that tracks the different disasters that this system is currently helping out with, this crisis cleanup system, and they're just getting set to help. We've got they're currently taking calls from the Hawaii fires right now as well. You can track all the way back through Hurricane Ian. Took over 1,000 phone calls on that one. That was a lot of fun. But fun little agency to be involved with, a volunteer group, but a lot of fun. We did hear a little noise. I think we're hearing tape recorder speed. Like, okay, now we paused it. Nope, it's still going. Tayo Toys. How do you mention people? Yeah. Whoa. Okay. What time was this? What time was that? She opened the door fine. So 12:32 was when that happened. This is still before they go in the house, I think, right? This is before they come out and talk. I'm trying to put these pieces in my head. It's just the camera pan down. We've got the clock back, Gritty. She's already been there an hour and 15 minutes. Now we're back live. Okay, so we've stopped playing. The video is paused. We're jumping all over the place because the cameraman was trying to show us what we missed. But so 12:30, she opens the door. Opens the back, opens the front. Looks like she hits like the lock button or something. And then closes the door again. Did she go grab her keys off the porch and put them in the car? I don't think so, because that was before we see this, the fob sitting there on the porch. Okay, this video, if you watch on the right hand of the scene, or the right hand of the screen, you're going to see the jurors walk in. And I'm going to cut away because I don't want to show that. Basically have 2 more hours of video to be shown tonight that covers a little bit more than 2 hours of time. Good says they went in for the first time around 11:45, then back out around 12:30 to open the door a few times. Then we jumped to 1:25-ish before the last jump, and that's before they went inside again. So now they're still inside, presumably being amorous. Or being itchy, one of the two.
You can bring the jury.
Lawyers are taking their seats for the remaining 2 hours. Duck and felonies, the baby was 13 years old but it was a special needs child with cerebral palsy, which made her fully dependent on others for just about everything, including opening a car door. We're waiting for the jury to come back in. Ginger, we think it's the key fob that's on the steps there, on that little railing closest to the chain, or closest to us. Somebody's racing past the courthouse. They might be featured in a new trial soon. They're supposed to be bringing the jury right now. Don't see them walking in yet. When she came out to check, she also opened the driver's door and threw in the keys. We are watching the video that the jurors are watching. It's about a 6-hour video, and we're a little over halfway through it. Okay. The jury's coming in. We're going to cut away. That's them walking through the background. Don't want to show their faces, even though they are all being shown. Oh, they have name tags on. That's interesting. If you want to see the jurors' faces, you can see them on any of the big channels that are airing this. Okay, they're back. And the video's playing again. Second felonies, I'm not sure if this court is going to go into it, but there are some allegations of prior instances of concern. This is the boyfriend's camera. It's his own security camera system that's capturing this. So I don't know what time would you calculate that they went back in the house? It's not that I'm timing their escapade, but I'm trying to see how long they've been in. Mark York, there was a prior situation where she was burned, head and chest so much that it was like weeping through her shirt. Like the injury was pretty bad. They went in at 2, so they've been in for 23 minutes. The time occasionally does skip ahead a little bit because this recorder is motion activated. And if no cars drive by or if no animal runs through or bird flies through, it skips time because nothing happened during that time. That's really annoying. I'm going to turn off the sound really quickly. Microphone system, the gain is set too high. It's making a feedback loop in the courtroom. TB, the cameraman, is trying to show us the parts where we couldn't see because the transmitter was connected to the camera that showed the judge. Now the transmitter is connected to the camera that shows that it's recording the evidence, the pictures. Rudy, I don't know if there's a lesser charge. That's super loud, guys. Sorry. That was a sound from the courtroom. For those that just popped in, the judge has said that there's going to be a short day tomorrow. We're going to start bright and early, like 8 a.m., and then go till noon, so only about 4 hours, after which they're going to break for the rest of the day because of the hurricane. They're in South Carolina, and they're expected to get this storm hitting them pretty good. A lot of rain, and they're not going to meet at all on Thursday, and then they'll be back hopefully for a regular day on Friday. Mark, I don't know what I would do if my tinnitus was at that pitch. That is just too low. Mine is so high that that it luckily stays out of the way of other sounds. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how you doing? You're here to give me a job? Oh, camera got a little crazy. Yes, I have tinnitus. 2 different pitches, one in one ear, one in the other. 24/7, I get to hear little mosquitoes fighting with each other. I don't know how she was burned. Laura, I'm surprised they didn't just, A, either plead guilty, or B, try to get a plea deal of some sort. Because I think the jury's going to throw the book at them. Unfortunately, Selena, yes, she's been in the car for about 3 hours at this point. this is part of the hottest part of the day. The testimony from the climate expert that we had. I've never had a climate expert testify in court before for us, but the testimony we heard was that the inside of the car got to about 135 degrees, or at least it felt like 135 degrees. Selena Kay, I don't know when she was burned. There's just a report that there was a time that she went to school with burns on her face and neck and chest, that were burns that were bad enough that they were weeping. Like they were producing liquid, as severe burns do. Gritty Grit. No, the mom and the boyfriend are in the house, and the activities that they were engaged with on the porch immediately prior to going into the house indicate they might be attempting to be amorous at this moment. Fahrenheit, Crusoe. Sorry, 135 degrees. No, was that as Celsius? No, it was. I think he converted it to Fahrenheit for us. It was 135 degrees Fahrenheit. Initially, I think his chart was in Celsius. Becky, they had traces of meth in their system. Oh, there's a big bug flying around the camera. They had traces of meth in their system, and that might have been part of the reason they didn't think about the cameras. If it was intentional, I should say. You're right, Crusoe. Celsius water boils at 100 degrees. This would definitely be Fahrenheit for the measurement of the temperature in the car. TB, they are both in the courtroom. Interesting trial. This one is this is a double. There's one jury and two defendants. So we have one prosecution team and two defense teams because the defenses are separate. Yeah, there's a bug on the camera, a wasp or something. The defense teams are separate, so you'll hear objections from one defense team, but not from the other because their defense is different. They're not saying. Yeah, I might need to look away. I'm going to get stung by the screen here in just a minute. But they are both in the courtroom. They're not, as far as a couple goes, they're not together anymore. She's remarried since this. So they're not a couple. I don't like bugs. Yes, she remarried Nikki. It's crazy. Peter Steele, I think you're right. I think that's why we're going through witnesses so quickly. The prosecution will be done by noon tomorrow. I mean, they just barely started the case, and they're done in a double, I wouldn't say double murder, but a double prosecution of a murder trial. They'll be done in less than 2 days, probably because of the power of this evidence that we're seeing right here. Yes, if this was a less trafficked road, we wouldn't have anywhere near this footage. Although it would have been just as useful of footage because it would have caught any movement from the house as well. So the fact that there was no video would indicate that nothing happened in this time. Although I think it's more impactful to have video that shows nobody coming out and looking at the car. Although once she has come out, opened the back door, put something in, opened the front door, reached in and closed the door and went inside. It was about that fast. They are out on bond right now, both of them. I don't know about the child's father. That's the sound of it. I think it actually took 3 years from the charge this one. It took some time. They didn't arrest her right away, if I remember right. The child, it's heartbreaking. The child has cerebral palsy. She's 13 years old, completely dependent on other people to do anything but sometimes crawl around on the floor. I think she can drink out of a special sippy cup. But here I believe she's buckled into the back seat of the car on the driver's side and is not able to open the door, open a window or anything. They're not both in jail. They're out on bond. It seems remarkably low, those bond amounts. The way bond works, a lot of times you don't have to raise the money entirely. You can put up a portion of that, and a bonding company might put up the rest in exchange for a fee. So they take a cut, and usually it might be 10%. So you put up $5,000, and the bonding company will put up the $50,000 for you, but you end up paying them, $2,500 for the privilege. Why was his bond lower? He's not the father. He's just a boyfriend. I believe they looked at it and said her responsibility to the child was greater than his was. I believe the way I understand, I've never had to make bail before, but I believe the way I understand it is you get the money back when you show up for court, minus the fee you paid to the bondsman. Elizabeth, the little black item there on the edge of the brick railing that's closest to us, it was in the mom's hand when they were out talking, and there were times where it looked like to be hanging from her fingers, so it looked like it was the key fob for the car. We think that's what it is, but she's also been, we saw her smoke a cigarette, so there's a possibility she has a lighter of some sort with her. We just aren't sure. We think it's the key fob for the car. Ginger, I think she was as alert as she ever was when she was put in the car. She doesn't have the capability to yell for help. She doesn't have the means to get out of the vehicle or even to fight back. There was no, if they desired to kill her this way, there was no way she could fight back. She was entirely at their mercy all the time. Brandy's also live with the same trial. Yes, she's also watching the updates. I think Governor DeSantis is giving warnings about Florida as Brandy's just outside the path of the hurricane. It seems to be trending a little bit further left every time I watch the update. I'll poke over there real quick so we look at Weather Watch's page. Looks like it keeps just veering a tiny, tiny bit left, getting closer to Brandy each time. But maybe that's just my perception. Am I wrong there? She's going to be getting a lot of rain either way. Hang on, I might have a spam call here. Hold on one second. Hello? 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 They hung up. They'll call back. They always do. I usually get spam calls in pairs. Dr. Jennifer, it's late. It's late over there. This court is going to go late today. The judge wants to get through this entire video tonight. For some reason, he said that he cannot have this court continue into next week, that he's not going to continue through the weekend. So they have to get this resolved and given to the jury. And I guess the jury's going to make a decision. They might be here on Saturday. I don't know. But it's 2 courts in a row where the judge has said we have to have this done this week. So it's going to be a late night. I think we're looking at another hour and 15 minutes or so. If they call, I'm going to ask and see if they have any cruises that go through hurricanes, because I'd like to keep it, relevant to the time period. If I can get another spam call, that would be great. We'll do a hurricane cruise. I would like a top deck, a balcony seat for the hurricane cruise. TLC Crime, I'm conflicted. I'm trying to stay. This video is mainly triggering for me. I'm trying to stay as detached as I possibly can from it. This is a 6-hour time frame in a little over a 5-hour video that and for almost the entirety of it, a 13-year-old girl is dying from heat, from hyperthermia in the back seat of the car. It's a long video. I mean, I try not to think about how many times I've heard my air conditioner come on here in my room where it's, it gets to 71 degrees, and so I need to cool off the air here. And we already know how hot it is in that car, and it's not cooling down. She has no way out. We haven't heard testimony from the medical examiner. I'm not sure if they'd even be able to pinpoint the actual time that she died. It's possible we'll get that testimony later. Be careful, you might end up on an Alaskan fishing boat. I would be okay with that. Other than the seasickness, I get seasick. Liz Jane, yes. I'll tell you honestly, to me, it doesn't look like conspiracy to me. Oh, here they come. She's coming out now. 3 o'clock. So they've been in there for an hour. They were in there for an hour, possibly being amorous or whatever, what have you. Okay, she picks up what I think are the car keys. I can't quite tell. I'm going to go full screen on my side. He lost his shirt. I see you managed to get your shirt off. What movie line is that? His shorts are barely on. They've come so close to coming off. He has pants on, but the way he they're I don't know. Maybe they just went inside and fought, and he took his shirt off. Oh, there's kisses. Wait. I was trying to say that it looked to me like she was coming out of the house to leave. They loaded her in the car very roughly, from my perspective, very roughly, and then they just didn't leave. They started talking, and like they did here. So she's headed half to her car, and she turns around and keeps talking. This happened over and over. She looks unsteady, the way her hand moves, the way she walks, and like that, I think. Okay, so this is the first indicator. Why did she go around the far side? She's looking in the window. I don't know what she had in her hands. They do look out of it. Why did she walk to the far side to open the back door? He's looking in the sunroof to see if... It looked like he touched the top of the car and then pulled his hand back, but it was hot. So it's 3:05. They go back in the house. She knows the car's locked and the daughter's in it. You can tell she looks a little bit distraught, but to me it looks more distraught that she can't find her keys. Not so distraught about the daughter. Man. The seconds just... Okay, here's the other video. He's going out in the back. He's at his truck. I think this is where they discussed the plan to go to her house and get the other set of keys. She's looking around on the ground, possibly for the keys there. Not sure what he's doing back there by that shed. I think he was the one that actually had the idea to get some tools and break the window. And she didn't want to break the window and said instead, we can go to my house and get the keys. The way she's walking, the altered mental state seems to be quite apparent. I don't know where it went. She seemed to grab it from the step and then wander back to the car eventually, to the far side of the car. Yeah, we're approaching 4 hours in the car now. TLC is me. The injuries the daughter sustained prior to death indicate the air conditioner was not on. And if it was on, it was not on for the majority of the time. Even if it was on to begin with, it's not on now. I think Twelble, the idea was to use his truck to go get the keys. He went out to the shed. We heard testimony earlier today that this mother had one of her students who wanted to go into nursing come over and care for the Christina, the daughter who passed away. And then when she came over to care for her, she's like, hey, can you watch her tonight? And then, or can you watch her today? I've got to run to the store. And then she proceeded to not come back for a couple days. Okay, so he has a tool in his hand of some sort. It looks like a wrench, maybe. And a cup. I don't know why he has a cup. She goes back, looks in, tries the doorknob. He's lighting something on fire, like he's making a Molotov cocktail. What is this? He's got some cloth. Looks like he's trying to burn something. Looks like he got some sort of tools. Could be wire that he's trying to bend. Maybe he's not lighting on fire. He's trying to straighten out a wire or something to get into the window. Now he's trying to get possibly a wire in around the window. He's got a cloth as well. I'm not sure what the cloth is for. I think the cloth is to protect the paint. Well, he uses a tool to sort of pry on the door to get a gap big enough to reach a wire in. It's rudimentary tools, but that's basically the same thing. Yeah, he's trying to hammer something into the crack of the door. Yes, they put her in the car. They put her in the car 4 hours ago. Try the other side. We're all thinking him right now, potential. The right thing to do is go to the window that's furthest away from the child and smash the daylights out of it. It doesn't matter how big the window is. The windshield is very difficult because those are going to be laminated. But the side windows. Yeah. Little Miss, I'm not sure if I saw it. A cigarette case, since she rolls her own. Okay. possible. Still trying to pry on the door frame, but it looks like those doors are sort of recessed into the frame. They're not really protruding much. Sounds good, Thomas. Thank you very much for making the stream available for those of us that were watching it. Stay safe, everybody down there in Florida. Appreciate your help, Thomas. Looks like he's got his cell phone out. He's pushing a lot of buttons. I'm not sure what he's calling. I'm just going to go chill on the swing. Yeah, she's sitting down in the shade. He's sitting down in the shade. I think he's Googling how to unlock cars. Looks like he's scrolling through videos now. It looks like there's a thumbnail image on the left-hand side of the screen with a description to the right. I'm zoomed in looking at, as best I can. He's just scrolling through. It looks like YouTube, like a search results for YouTube. The jury's going to pass a note to the judge and say, we're ready. We've reached our verdict. We don't need a foreman. Jay Reno, this is the only channel I really post anything on. I have a couple other channels, but I don't do anything with them. I don't know what apps he's on. It looks like he's on his home screen there for a minute. This is so wrong. Maybe talking to someone right now. I think they're on speakerphone and they're talking to somebody. I think he did forget he has a porch cam. I forget what they said, 80, 85, 90 degrees outside, and so much hotter inside the car. This video is 5 hours and 45 seconds long. The majority of it is, for the majority of that period, the daughter is in the car. But the video has gaps where there's nothing happening on it, no motion, and so it skips through time. So she was actually in the car for longer than that is portrayed on this video, longer than we watched the video. The timestamp's accurate. It's almost 3:30 now. Jay Reno, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, these two are not romantically involved in any way now. She has since remarried. They are both out on bond, so they're both free. Thanks, Liz. I fixed it. That was my typo. I heard the prosecution say something about taking selfies. I haven't seen it yet, but if they are taking selfies on this, they should be forced to eat that phone. Here's what we know: the officer who first testified. Thank you, Bug Dugger. Thank you. The officer who first testified was very near this location. It was and responded almost immediately, and showed up at the scene. And when she responded, the daughter was already out of the vehicle. So we know that they are able to open the vehicle somehow. I don't know if anyone else was called to help that, but that officer reported driving up and seeing the girl motionless on the ground. Altafez, it sure looks like chemical imbalance was taking place. Probably we had there's been some stumbling. There's been some motion, as well as just the general aimless wandering that's occurred that makes people think that something's not right. Yes, face down in the grass is how the officer described finding the daughter. The bond, some states have ridiculously high bonds and some have very, very low bonds. And it seems unfair, and oftentimes we only point out the issue when somebody should be in jail and they seem to be out for, pennies. But the laws in each state differ a great deal, and the guidance that each court is under differ a lot. Sometimes under some laws, even some new laws, I think up in the Great Lakes area, I forget which state, basically you have to let people out on bond. And they spend a little bit of time in jail, and then if they can't make a bond, they just keep lowering the bond until they can make the bond. So right now they're out on bond, yes. Todd, what we heard from the detective who's sitting on the stand through all this, or the officer, I think it's the lieutenant who's sitting on the stand, says that he had this recording from the time from the afternoon until the time the police confiscated it. So we get the entire video. I'm not sure if they're going to show all of it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yes, going inside again. I'm not sure if they're going to show them opening the car or not. But I think the camera was recording through the police response. Little Miss, the bond amount, actually we had some great document hounds that found that for us. The bond amount was $100,000 for her and $50,000 for him. The nonchalance, Mr. Opertoso, that they're showing, just like, can't find my keys to the car. That's the level of concern they're showing us. I'm missing my car keys, and sometime I'm going to have to use my car. I hope I find them before I need them. Let's sit on the swing and surf the web and rock back and forth. And it's too hot out here. Let's go in the house. 5 hours, 45 minutes. We know at this point that they know she's in the car. The mom has walked over. They've tried all 4 doors. They've looked in the windows. I don't know if this point, if the daughter was already deceased, if she'd passed away already. I doubt it. The way the temperature went that day, the testimony we heard from the climatologist, I think that's the right word. I don't think they would. Yeah, I think that even if they had forgotten, they realized she was in the car in time to do something about it. And the fact that once they realized she's in the car, they haven't done anything. I mean, they got a little tool of something and tried to open the door and it didn't work. And they're like, oh, well, we tried. Let's go back in the house. TB, anyone who's been around some of these just amazing kids with special needs, it's the most incredible thing because their body does not function like most of ours do. But it seems like their heart has a magnified capability to love, and they do so freely. And they're just the smile they'll give you, even though they can't express anything else the way that we normally would, they're just the most amazing kids. And to think that what's going on right now is it's heartbreaking. Yeah, this is a murder charge. It's a murder case. What I don't know, Gally May, and we'll have to do some research to find out, is if South Carolina is a death penalty state. I don't know if the prosecution is seeking the death penalty in this case. Another headed back to the backyard. This is his vehicle. There was some discussion about not breaking the window and instead going to her house and picking up an extra set of keys to be able to open the car. Apparently his car is full of crap. And he has to move all the junk so she can get in.
This is soul destroying. Poor girl. Heartbreaking. Was hoping they would take the stand, but after this, they won't. Hang your heads in shame, red angry face.
Yeah, it does not appear they've called 911 at all here. We'll hear more testimony about that. Allison, thank you very much. I'm totally with you. Why are they talking? Why are they standing there? Why are they wandering around? Addie Lane, she had cerebral palsy. I cannot say that word, and I'll say it wrong forever. Almost had very little control over her limbs. Cerebral palsy. There, I said it right the one time. She was completely dependent on her caregiver, her mother, to feed her, to change her, to bathe her, to take her anywhere, to open doors for her. I don't know if her house is locked.
Love and hugs to all of my RA family.
Selena, back at you. Thank you so much. You've been so generous today, gifting memberships and everything. Thank you so much for being here. I don't know why they're still standing there. She doesn't want to close the door because it's hot in there. It's just... Free to be, I think you might be any day now. You can go actually on YouTube and check, and it will show you how long you've been a member. But I bet any day now it's ready to roll over. The green courthouse sticks around for a little while. It's a couple months there. 6 months it turns yellow. It's now about 3:42 their time in the video. Not just a teacher, Elizabeth, but teacher of the year in 2014. And I imagine that the drugs probably were not a big part of her life at that time. So, I mean, drugs do awful things to people, but this is just... This is terrible. The police officer would have spent about as much time as it took to figure out which car the child was in and which window the child was closest to before they smashed in a window. It would not be seeking permission. It would not be watch out. It would be immediate. Yes, Stephen Hawking did suffer from the same disability. Stephen Hawking is able to do amazing things, and here's the point. The mind can be incredibly sharp and the body not able to communicate the way you want to. This poor girl.
Andelaine just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
Andy, thank you very much. Andelaine. I think it's Andy Lane. Thank you. First super sticker. I appreciate that. Stephen Hawking has ALS. I think Stephen Hawking might have had less control over his limbs than Christina did. So I'm not the medical expert to tell you the difference between the two. But apparently I stand corrected, so I appreciate that. TB, we can't. We'd rather you don't post family names on here. We'll just keep to the victim and the because I don't know how old the sister is. I think the sister is older now. She might even be an adult. Is that right? Does she have an older sister? Yeah. DMB, did he go invisible? Sorry, I'm not reading all the messages. He still has not even gotten in his car. He's still there with the driver's door open. It's 3:45.
Thank you for all you do for this community. I may need a mental health day after this nonsensical insanity. The death penalty is too good for them.
Thank you, Kim. This is beyond frustrating. The blocked out boxes may be a logo from a camera company. It might be like an overlay of a logo, so as to not have advertising for Night Owl or whatever brand of cameras they have. It seems to be located sort of in the same area. At this point in the video, both the defendants are in the truck. The mom is in the passenger seat. The boyfriend is sort of getting in the truck, sort of standing, looking into the truck. They're having a conversation. Rita is the defendant. I think, is he in the truck now? I think he closed the door. Still just talking. I imagine their car is turned on with the air going. Man. I'm sorry, unique detail. If any of you, if this isn't, if this puts you in a troubling spot mentally, please, 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 don't feel compelled to stay in any way. Here's what I know. Judge Newman is going to make sure that justice is served in this case. He lost a child himself back at the beginning of the year. Or was it before then? It was a couple months before the Murdoch case. He's a parent, and he's sitting here watching this. He's gonna be on top of this.
Thank you for your compassion and time.
Thank you for being here. Thanks for your support. We think the black boxes on top might be a logo from the company that manufactured the security camera system. Inquiry mind, it is hard for me to have an open mind right now. It's hard for me to wait to hear the defense to say, I'm glad I'm not on the jury. This is very difficult for me to look at and say, yeah, I'm just not, it's just a question of perspective. You know, I just need to look at this differently and see that actually these two people were doing everything they could in this moment. Conspiracy, if their stories match to cover up their facts. Is that what's happening here? Now they move. 352. Sorry, that truck looks like a Barbie vehicle. It's all the camera angle. Windows down.
Imo, it may not have started as murder, but then they talked, saw the opportunity and decided to wait long enough, hence conspiracy.
I do agree. If the longer they wait and talk about this, the more conspiracy seems like the state can prove this. Yes, they both left. They're going to get keys to get in the car. Brandy, they're being tried jointly, but they have separate defenses. So both of them are defendants in this case. The jury will decide both of their verdicts at the same time. There will be one presentation of evidence from the prosecution, two presentations of evidence from the defense, and the jury makes the decisions independently on both charges. I don't even want to look. Ryan, if I was there and didn't have the towel, it would just be my fist. I'd break my hand breaking the window. I don't know how far she drives to get from the boyfriend's house to her house and back. Christine, the daughter's name is also Christine, but the last name of the defendant is Pangalangan. So P-A-N-G, or sorry, this is the. I don't know if it's the same. The victim's last name is P-A-N-G-A-L-A-N-G-A-N. The defendant, the man, his name is Larry King. Rita has a new last name. She is remarried. Yes, different Larry King for sure. Looks like we're getting a break. It's nice to see the chandelier again. We've missed it since the Murdaugh trial.
An hour, 55 minutes to be exact. There's an hour left. There are a few questions, very few questions that I have of the captain after the video finishes, but there's something I need to bring to your court's attention before I ask those questions. So I want to go ahead and just kind of give the court a notice of that. I can do it now if you'd like to. I need to do some follow-up with the captain that will not, I don't believe, will be controversial. But because he will mention the word key fob, I want to bring this to your attention. There are two things that were brought out both in opening from both defense attorneys and then on cross-examination on the doctor from Georgia.
White balance.
And those questions were the first thing in opening. Both defense attorneys said that the car was on. On. I'm sorry. On. Yes, sir. Air conditioners on. The car was on. Captain Chapman actually knows that that's not possible. The key fob that he would push it, and it lights the lights on the car, which you will see in a few moments once we get about 30 minutes into this, when they actually get the key to get the keys locked out of the car. It flashes once when you're locking the car. It flashes twice when you're unlocking it. Did I get that right? Or did I reverse it? Okay. However, if the car is on, it doesn't flash at all. So we know for a fact when they're getting the keys out of the car that the key fob, when he's pushing it, doesn't flash. I think that's proper information. It's not a scientific test. It doesn't fall under Rule 5. It's not exculpatory, and it's in direct response to both of the opening statements from the defense counsel saying that the car was on. Second thing is very similar to that. The air conditioning in the car works. The captain has been in his car numerous times and the air conditioning works, and that was on cross-examination from Georgia. Those are the only questions that other than follow up as far as timing is concerned, but because he's going to mention key fob, I wanted you to have notice of that.
All right, and we'll get the response and we'll come back.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to take a break. We're going to watch the rest of this. Apparently, it's going to be about half an hour. We're going to cut to right here for just a second. It's going to be about half an hour more before they return with the key fob. Great counter to cross. Yeah, that answers the question. It eliminates a lot of the defense story that they had her in the car with the air conditioner on, where they say it actually could not have happened that way. Is that Murdaugh on the wall there? Yes, Mark. This is the same courtroom, and I believe Mr. Alex Murdaugh's was it grandfather? His picture does hang on this wall. They took the picture down for the Murdaugh trial because they thought that would be inappropriate to have a family member's picture staring at the jury while they're deciding the fate of the guy's descendant. But Dr. Jennifer, I think you could probably go to bed. Here's what I'll tell you. There will be just those questions we heard about where they testify about the fact that this car could not have been turned on with the air conditioner running. And then the judge is pretty much going to wrap it up as soon as this video is over. So we're going to be back early tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning with an early start, and then we'll be done at noon. Off topic, but I think the black box was redacting the cars driving by. Sorry, random. But Mackenzie, I don't think so because it was on both cameras, both the one in the backyard and the one in the front yard, which seemed the same position on both pictures, even though the one in the backyard, the picture was squished. They compressed it to make it fit. That's why the truck looked so short. Valerie, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. Both fobs have one of those little watch batteries. When one fails, change both out. You're welcome, Dr. Jennifer. Thank you. Thank you. Get some sleep. Back box might have been ID, info, address, etc. of the video. Debbie says, why do all the good trials happen on Eastern time instead of Pacific? Debbie, all of us on the Eastern Coast say, why do all the good trials happen on the West Coast? So it's just a matter of perspective on that one. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate you. Right, they have given the address of this house. That's public. Did he forget he had a camera? I've got to think he did. And that honestly, I think, goes against the state's argument, because why would you do this on camera, unless you're just a really dumb criminal? Mary says, "Good, you're on. Hurricane prep all done. Need a break. Now it's a waiting game." Mary, I don't know what part of the coast you're in or where you're at. It's going to be a wet one. We're in for a little bit of water. So please, whatever it is, be safe wherever you are. Ann says, can you repeat what the prosecutor said about the car AC? Yes, and what we said was basically, first the judge asked and said, how long is this video going to last? How much is left? And they said exactly 55 minutes. And they're like, all right, so we'll do that. And he says, but Your Honor, there's some questions I have to ask of this witness when the video's over, and I have to proffer that because he's mentioning key fob. Apparently key fob is something that was brought up as like a motion in limine. They were trying to decide whether or not this could be brought up, and the ruling from the judge, from what I can gather, is that if you are going to talk about that, we need to talk about it first. So he goes to the judge and says, hey, he's going to answer this. He's going to say key fob. So I just need to set this out there. And what I'm going to ask him is about this whole story that the defense said, what if the car air conditioner had been on and the car was running and it was actually trying to keep her cool, and then the air conditioner failed, and that's what happened. And they say this witness, this officer, even though he's not an expert in this area, will be able to testify that that is impossible, that that's not how this car works. He spent a lot of time using this car and testing it, and know the way the lights flash. If the key had been on when you unlock the car, if like the key was turned into the on position and you use a fob to unlock the car, the lights would not flash, and they flashed, which means the key was in the off position. If the key's in the off position, the air conditioner could not have been on. And add to that the fact that the air conditioner does work. It didn't fail. It didn't break. So we're going to get that testimony probably tonight, and maybe the cross on that as well from both defendants, counsel as well. So we'll see that, and then they'll pretty much end for the night. What's Rita's last name? She got remarried. That's the only thing, Taylor. I don't know. I'd have to look at the court documents to see. This is the name of Pangalangalang. I don't know how to say Pangalangalan. I put too many L's in there. That's the right name. That's the name of the last name of the daughter, Christina, the one who was killed. But I don't know what her name has changed to now. Let's see. Katrina says, I've been reading about this case and it's crazy. I don't see how they could insult the jury's intelligence by claiming this was an accident. Debbie says, all Eastern trials I play back at 1.5 speed. I forget what normal voices sound like by the end. The last one we watched with Thami, you can't play 1.5 speed with that judge. She speaks so fast, the Las Vegas judge. Let's see. Melody, get a charger. You don't want to be without a phone in case of an emergency. Let's see. Girl next door says Greenville isn't getting the hurricane till Thursday, but we've had rain for a few days, so Pitt County is going to flooding for sure. Welcome to ECU, kids. Yes, girl next door. You are next door, I believe. I'm also right there at Greenville. So I was actually driving around this morning, looking around the neighborhood at areas where there's just standing water because of just the rain we've got. The ground is already wet. We're going to have what they say, seven-ish inches of rain. Everything south of 248 is going to pretty much have some flooding, and that's where we are. So I might do a flood stream. We might go out in the car and drive around and look at all the places where we can't go because the water's too high.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
I won't miss the forest for the trees. Okay, DMB is giving me a pronunciation guide. Pangalangan. I won't get that right again. I'm not sure I did that time either. She's Rita Frazier now. Thank you, Rosebud. The married name is Frazier. That might be appropriate if people are looking on YouTube, or sorry, on Facebook for her recent posts, which I'm not in the mood to see. Frazier with the I-E-R. Thank you. DMB says I could play Tommy Judge at 2 times speed. What's wrong with you guys? All right, you're from New York. It felt like a slow drawl to y'all. Slate gray skies here in Raleigh. It's coming soon. It's coming soon. Yes, Gary H. I'm not going to. I will say this. I've seen enough YouTube videos of cars trying to drive through streams to know not to do that. But there are ways I can get around in town, knowing what roads are out there and where the different drainages are. The problem is that the water isn't moving. It's not like a river that will sweep your car away. It's like you're in a lake. So you just, Anyway, I'll be careful. I won't drown. Pinehurst, North Carolina, beautiful, beautiful. Gosh, we are still live. I did say we'd wrap up a little while ago, a few hours ago, but then the feed became available. How was Florida? WeatherWatch brought down his feed. He was carrying a live stream for us of the weather for quite a while. I appreciate that. I can take a peek again. What we know is that the hurricane has strengthened a little bit. It's looking a little bit worse than it was before. It also seems to go just a little bit further, left of where it was tracking before. I'm showing the hurricane itself is just now, like the top of the eye is approaching the lateral with Cape Coral. So it's still off the coast. You've got the outer bands are pretty much hammering the coast there from Cape Coral all the way up, probably approaching Tampa right now, and going inland as well. So it's started. It definitely has started. Get a charger battery pack. They work wonders. I have the best charger battery packs. I really do. I went with the top of the line Anchor battery packs that can charge my Live View. They can charge my laptop. They can charge a MacBook. They're super, super good. Let's see. Yes, let's follow Thomas, our favorite weather watcher, a good friend of the channel. He's the podcast host that I never knew I needed, and sure enough, he is the most amazing podcast host. Let's see. Anchor packs are the way to go. I've got dual 80 watts. I think they're 80 watt. They're crazy. They're big, but I've got those for my Live View, and a little carrier for them. I think they're 26,500 milliamps are what mine are, and then I've got some other ones.
I'm not a cat.
I've got some other smaller anchors. This one here that's charging my phone right now, I think is 20,000. Do love the anchors. These things are nice, and they come with a nice little carry case, which makes it look nice, even though it doesn't really do anything. Cachette says Thomas and RA, not good at dad jokes. Not good at dad jokes. Golden Girl, lots of love to all today. Lots of love to you as well. Good to have you here. Did a great job with the internet the other day as well. It was nice to have
Lots
you
of
here.
love to all today.
Let's see, I'm not sure if this feed's going to come back or not. I think we're probably, if I had to guess, I think we're switching camera feeds to get the other view, and we will not be seeing the video for the rest of today.
All rise. Court is now in session.
KT, this is a good group. They are so supportive. Just amazing.
Bring the jury.
We're waiting for a feed here. Yep, we were right. The feed is back. The feed is going to be this one. So we will not see the end of this video, and that's probably for the better, because that will be the portion where they do come back, open the car, take Christine out, put her face down in the grass, and that's when the police arrive as well. Sean B., thank you very much. It's wonderful that you're here with us. Appreciate that. TB, you've been a lurker all these years. Oh, I guess months. It feels like years sometimes. These trials, the ones that drag on, especially with long videos, feels like a long time. But it's been less than a year. We've got, I think we're about 8 months, 8.5 months or so since I started live streaming. Mackenzie, you got a cash cow. I have my cash cow right here. It might need some attention after this trial. I believe they're not going to show the end of the video. I believe we're going to see this perspective till the end.
Thanks for hanging in there with us this evening, R.A.
Thank you, Rosie. I appreciate that. You've been amazing. Love the yellow courthouse by your name as well. Sean, it has been incredible. This journey into YouTube has been amazing from day one. Discovering this community has been just incredible. You guys are awesome. Thanks for being a part of that. The prosecutor in this case, it's not anybody from the that we saw in the Murdaugh trial, because that was the prosecutors in that case were from the Attorney General's office, and here we've got, I believe, the DA. So we don't get Creighton. Jim Bob, I actually had one of those battery packs that can jumpstart my car. I got it because the car I drive now, the Nissan Armada, had some electrical issues, and we had the battery die on us while we were out at the lake, or out at the ocean, and so we used that to jumpstart. I bought it, and then I lent it out to somebody, and it never came back. I think they lent it out to somebody else, and that's the problem. Yes, Rosebud. We discovered you. Lucky us. That is true. I was just here, and you guys found me. Thank you so much.
Because he's the guy.
Creighton was a hoot. Minnesota Nice. He was a lot of fun. Lots of personality, and the fact that he jams in a band. He's got plays the guitar and can rock out. I think that's pretty cool. Sarah Eischen, just click the subscribe button. As it says here, we call that admitting to being a true crime addict. Welcome. You're one of us now. You can never leave.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Maggie, we are live. We expect to be live for about 1 more hour. I realize that's super late, and then we're going to start really early in the morning. But the judge is trying to get through this video, which is 5 hours and 45 minutes long. We're trying to get through this video before we end the day. We're going to have a half day tomorrow. It starts at 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. 8 a.m. start, which is super early. And then we're going to go from there to lunch at noon. And the court's going to be closed for the rest of the day and Thursday because of the hurricane. So I might get some time out to, I don't know, maybe I'll get to do a storm watch. The bailiff looks like a Civil War general. He does. The uniform just, something about, maybe it's the stripes on the sleeve, the lower sleeve. I don't know. He's got that look. I think he fought for the South. Brit C, thank you. LNC serves its purpose. We have a little different community here, but that's great. Here's what I'm betting. I'm betting that Brandy can get Judge Newman on our channel as a guest. Judge Newman has been on. I'm not sure if he's been on people's channels as a guest, but he'll do selfies with people. I mean, he's not shy from social media. It'd be interesting. Jojo, I do not believe we're going to see the rest of this video. The reason why is the technology that's transmitting this. Here, let me show you. Hang on one second. All right, so the technology that's transmitting this is a live view pack. Okay, it's one of these cool little devices that you can plug video into, and it has a little screen up here on top. It's super heavy because my batteries are on here. But you plug the video into this, and it transmits live to your destination. That's how this is getting through. The downside of this is you cannot change feeds while you're live. So I can't change cameras from one camera to another unless you had a switcher built into the system, which they don't have. They're just doing a straight from camera straight into the live view. So because of that, every time they want to change camera angles, they have to stop the stream, reprogram it, connect the other cable, and then start the stream again. And that's just that's because they don't have a switcher. They should, hopefully they'll have a switcher. If I were the Pool Media outlet, I would FedEx a switcher overnight to the courthouse. I have the switcher. I could do it, but they don't have one. So anyway, that's why, because of that, they're not gonna show the other view. Plus, the content of the rest of the video is going to be the daughter being pulled out of the car, basically dead. That's some rough footage. There's the other cameraman back there. Wow. In shorts and a t-shirt in court? Are you serious? These are the two defendants right here on screen. On the left is Larry King. On the right is Rita. I don't know if they can see or if they are watching the screen, because there's just that one screen that's available. Buy it for the courthouse business expense. The other solution would just be have a second live view. I mean, they run. Mine was $3,000, and then I have to pay about $400 a month so I can have a connection for data, because it's 4 unlimited cellular hotspots that bonds into one connection. It's expensive software, but and hardware, but it works really, really well for something like this, because anywhere you go, you can put a live stream out. So. Rita has shown quite a bit of emotion today, been sobbing at different times. The defense angle was that it was an accident and they were trying to do everything they could to get in the car. Worth every penny. I've said that about a few things, worth every penny. This is one piece of hardware that I've wanted for years and years. Before it even existed, I wanted this technology. And once it became available, initially it was so ridiculously expensive that it was just off the charts. And now they've come down in cost. So it's still expensive, but feasible if you can write it off as a business expense over enough time. Yeah, Mark, I agree. I'm not buying the defense story. We haven't heard much in cross, which really hasn't given us a good view of what they plan on doing. But they pretty much, on most of the witnesses that are factual as far as what occurred, they have not been asking questions of the witnesses. Marcia, I believe the defendants took her out of the car. The first police officer to arrive, who was the first witness in this trial, testified when she arrived that Christina was face down in the grass with her legs sticking up because they were, I believe, I don't know if rigor mortis had set in or what at that point, but Peter Ware says, so you have the hardware and no new roof. Asking for a friend. Yes, that's where I'm at. Her disability could do it, but I believe she had passed away. I believe it wasn't that she died later, is my understanding. That she had died in the car, and her body may have been sort of locked in that position. Did she marry or just change her name to maybe maiden name? No, she married, Rosebud. She got married. She's married now. My roof, here's the thing, DB. My roof doesn't leak. At least if it does, I'm not aware of it. The storm coming through will get you the roof you need. It might. If there's hail with it, it'll probably be decided. Okay, we've got video going again, and now we actually get both. It looks like they might have connected the switcher. Would you look at that? So time-wise, the timer is going again. Just trying to see on the camera. Looks like we're at 4:15. So this would be both defendants are still gone in the vehicle. It may be half an hour before they get back. It's just not right. Sean B, I do have young kids. I've got teenagers. I've got a teenager this age. I don't have any kids that have this type of disability. But I've worked closely, even going all the way back to junior high as a tutor, as a peer tutor, for some special needs kids that are truly special, just amazing. And this just has a really, it hits too close to home. Jury did come back during the freeze. I actually had the volume off, so we missed what the judge said there. I apologize for that. I think I just had a mosquito feast on my ankle. I am a musician. I have cables, drums, guitar amps, and recording equipment I never use. It's a curse. It's the tech acquisition syndrome, which is terminal, I've heard. And I have it. I have it really bad. Cachette just gifted 5 memberships. Cachette, Rosebud, Minnesota Nice, Ann Conroy, Mark York, and Neely all gifted memberships. Cachette, absolutely amazing. I'll do my best to not give away what you sell for employment. Let me just say, Cachette, if you need help with social media, she does it. Like not just for fun, but she does it for a living. She can help you out. She's not going to be free, not free, but good quality. You sort of get what you pay for. Laura Pertula gifted 1 membership as well. Thank you very much, Laura. That one went to Erica. Boxes of cables. I have a floor covered with cables, DMB. I'm up to 46 cables that are actively plugged in, and with a push of a button can be channeling audio or video in the system I'm using right here. 46 or power, audio, or video right now, and it's my cable management is a mess. But when I go somewhere, I use my cable carrier, my cable caddy. It keeps everything organized. It's beautiful. Janet, they had tools. He literally walked up to the car with a tool. It looked like a screwdriver. That would work. A sharp point, quick blow against the glass. This would have been over a long time ago. Ernest, hello, welcome. We're running late today with court as we're trying to get through this video. This is heartbreaking video. It's bad enough to if you had to watch this and see that this was video of an accident, but this wasn't an accident. It looks like, or at least it wasn't handled properly if it began as an accident. There's a 13-year-old girl who's been in this car for 5 hours in the heat of the South Carolina summer. And her mom and her mom's boyfriend have been fighting, flirting, possibly being amorous, possibly using drugs, sitting on the swing, talking, walking around, doing anything but helping her. Yes, the car that's on screen right now is the mom's car. That's the Volkswagen Jetta. That's the one the daughter is in, and it's been there in the sun pretty much all day. There's a little bit of shade from the house that's beginning to creep up the hood. That's not doing any good. That's not changing anything. They left in Larry King's truck that was in the backyard, which they took their time getting into and driving away. I forgot the itching. Yes, there was lots of itching and scratching, and Mr. Captain No Underpants was leading that charge. So what we understand from the opening statements in this trial is that right now, the mom and Larry King Rita and Larry, let's call them that, have left to go to Rita's house to pick up another set of keys so they could come back and unlock the car. They're gone now, and we're waiting for them to arrive. They've left. They have not called 911, even though they've had a cell phone. They've searched YouTube and who knows what else on the phone. They sat in the swing. They've gone in the house. They've gone out. They've gone in the backyard. They went in the tool shed. They've done everything else, but they have not called 911, even though it's been well over an hour since they came out and knew that the car was locked with her inside it. The bedbug testimony we heard today was actually about the mom's house, and that came from the babysitter when she put Christina to bed. I think, and that would probably happen days before this, just a few days before this occurred. Ernest, yes, drugs. They had methamphetamine in their system. going to turn the audio up just a little bit, even though it's just annoying, because we want to hear how this, if there are any objections towards the end of this. Daphne Rain says, this by far is my favorite community to be a part of. I always feel respected here, regardless of what my opinion is. Not easy to find anymore. Daphne, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. You're part of that that great community and the respect other people feel as well. So thank you for doing that. Would not be the same without you here. Don't do drugs, okay? Yes, Crusoe. This is what we've learned for sure. Why would she have a key fob at his house? Sean, this is the boyfriend's house. The boyfriend's house has security cameras. That's where we're getting this footage. She is visiting the boyfriend's house. She was there with the daughter inside. They brought the daughter out around 11:15. It's now 3:26 in the afternoon. The daughter's been in the car this entire time. Once during that time, the mom came out, opened the back door, looked like she put something in, closed the back door, opened the front door, looked like she threw something in, and looks like she locked the doors, like hit the lock button and closed it, and then went in the house. This video, once we restarted, it had 55 minutes left from the break. So we're probably about 50 minutes left. 5-0. I don't believe there was any alcohol. I believe it was just methamphetamine. And they couldn't say how recently they had used. Only that it was in their bloodstream and active. It's very odd she and her daughter kept their social media, just went through it. Very telling. Nanny Apple says, I've not been able to join chat in so long on my tablet, but I finally realized I can do chat on my phone. Yeah. Good to have you here, Nanny Apple, in chat. Good to see you. Yes, this is the boyfriend's house. We've got about 50 minutes left on the video, and there will be a couple questions for this witness, who is Captain Jason Walter Chapman. He's the sheriff's office in Colleton County. He's going to testify about the fact that the car could not have been turned on, and so if the car is not turned on, the AC was not turned on. And if the AC was not turned on, then the whole story from the defense saying, well, we had the car was running, and the AC was running, and then it just stopped working, that's bogus. We're probably going to get some objections over that. Even though this was proffered to the court during the break with the jury not present, the defense is finding any way they can. They're thinking this over, saying, how can we stop this evidence from coming in? Because if this whole thing happened with the car turned on and the AC running to keep her cool, yes, it's neglect, but that would not be murder, right? Tracy, I don't think so. The injury she sustained would mean that she was alive going into the car. I just... Yeah. Trying to watch like 6 different feeds at the same time, and there seems to be some breaking news possibly in the BK case, so I'm trying to keep an eye on Twitter there. What's our good friend saying there? don't think any decisions have been made, just that there are more motions being filed to get the case thrown out, but that's not going to happen. Yeah, the jury sits through every second of this. And I don't know how defense could overcome this. We try to keep an open mind, right? We don't even do polls on guilt and innocence until after all the evidence has come in when we watch trials. But at the same time, how do you look at this and say, well, there might be something else to the story, or well, I guess we might not be. It might look like that, but really something else might have been happening. We literally watched her come out, look in the window. I mean, they know how hot it is. They're out there in the weather. But looked in the window, tried all 4 doors. They know it's locked. They're sitting there on the phone, sitting in front of the car on the swing in the shade, rocking. You can't, and they still haven't called 911. Carol, it honestly seems to me, and I started saying this before, it honestly seems to me like she was trying to leave, or she had intent to leave initially. Almost like this was not pre-planned or premeditated. But then why did she come out so quickly, open the back door, throw something in, close the door, open the front door, hit the lock button, close it, and go? Why would she do that? Everyone is saying that high on meth. Yes, I agree. They were definitely. I mean, everything about how they walked, how they stumbled, how they shuffled, the exaggerated body movements, the closeness, the way they talked, everything screams out that these people are not in their right minds. But unless somebody forcibly injected you with drugs, okay, maybe this is a hot take and it might be not politically correct, but unless you were forcibly injected with drugs against your will, if you chose to put yourself in a state where you are not able to think rationally, if you're not able to to make good decisions and to function as your responsibility that you carry requires you to do, I believe you're accountable. That you should be held accountable as if you made that choice, the outcome willingly. I realize state laws look at that a little differently, but I think in Florida, for instance, this wouldn't fly. You can't say, I was drunk. I'm not, Sarah Boone can't say I was drunk. It doesn't help. It doesn't make it any better. It's not a defense. Cachette, we have seen the mom sobbing in court. The angle we had on Larry King, we haven't seen any emotion from him. He's only just like, he's not connected to the daughter. He wasn't the father figure. He was just like a boyfriend, and they were over at the house. He did carry her to the car, but the way he carried her, there didn't seem to be any love there at all. So I don't think we've seen any emotion. Has it started raining in Raleigh already from the hurricane? There's no way. How did it get there so quickly? Or is this just a storm ahead of the storm? I think we've got a storm front moving through. Yeah, it's moving through right now, and it'll clear up. Just looking at the radar. South Carolina is expected to get walloped with rain, just drenched. And then us as well. That's going to be fun. This is still live, Catherine. They weren't showing the videos initially. I think initially we thought it was the court had ordered that. I hadn't read that in a ruling, but we saw a camera facing the other direction, and they swapped it out. It looks like they needed a video switcher in place, and they have one now. So we now have the two angles that we can alternate between. I think deliberations are going to be quick. Oh, here they are. Vehicle's back. What's the time? They pull back up at 4:40. Why are they just sitting there? I believe after they bring her out of the car, they'll make a call to 911. The fob they have is able to unlock the car. I don't know if they press the button here, but according to the police officer, they watched this video and the lights never light up. If the car ignition was on, or the lights do light up. So if the car ignition was on, they would not light up. So watch for the lights to light up, and they'll flash when the car is unlocked. I don't know. Maybe they actually break the window. It's like they don't want to open the car. Yeah. I can't put words up or else it'll cover the headlights. I want to see if they use a fob or if they smash the windows. Okay, now they're getting out. He rolls up his windows. Yeah. Taking care of everything. Walks around the back. Oh, man. You watch the car lights. Wait for it. They know. Did they not find... Did they not get the fob? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Is it going to smash the window? What? There it went. There's the fob. The lights just flashed. So now they've unlocked the car. Lights keep flashing. Door's not open. Good, you got time to scratch. Still haven't unlocked the doors. Now he's got the phone. They're consoling each other. Still have not opened the doors. I can't breathe. This is nuts. The chat said the state should ask for a directed verdict after this video. Directed verdict is where basically the defense normally, no, that's the defense after the state's finished says, judge, they haven't proved their case, dismiss it. This would basically be, so they're basically in the state, it would be equivalent to a mic drop, saying you might as well convict right now. There's nothing they could do to defend this. They're getting their stories straight. The state didn't overcharge on this. They're right on conspiracy. 4 minutes, 52 seconds. She has the fob again. Still doesn't open the door. We've already seen the lights flash. We know that they've held the fob and that it functions, and it did it 2 different times. Thank you, Inquiring Mind. Carolyn, the responding medics that took the child's body temperature reported that as 109. They reported it as 109 because the thermometer would not go any higher. Coming back again. This is crazy. You guys, this is acting. We're going to hear testimony from the police officer that the fob, when you push the buttons to unlock the car, it flashes once. When you push it to lock the car, it flashes twice. Every time we've seen it, they've hit the button to lock the car. They keep coming over, looking at the car as if they can't get in. This is setting up the story. This is because they know there's a video. Like they think this is the only part the police will watch. Now, we anticipate this on the phone with 911 right now. It's 4:56. I don't know what they're doing to the back of the car. Trying to get the trunk open? They're saying that they can't get the car open. That's their story. What, shaking the car fixes it? What? Honestly, even if everything we're seeing right here is exactly how it happened, they aren't able to get in the car right now, they are still, in my mind, exactly as guilty as if this was all faked and staged. Because their responsibility is... oh my goodness. Lights flashed again, double flash. Doors open. And here they stopped. 16:58:38. They tried everything but the handles. They tried everything but the unlock button. We don't know why they froze it right here, possibly for because I'm not hearing audio from the courtroom. There we go. Okay. They froze it to switch video as they take her out. The defendants are not watching the video. Wait, she might have it on the screen. That might be on her screen right there in front of her. This witness has been on the stand for almost 6 hours. Yeah, they had to switch back to the other camera. They're not going to show this. I don't know what the terms of their bond are that they got out on. I don't know what their rules are. Judge Newman lost his own son right before the Murdaugh trial. I can tell you one thing: at the end of this trial, if these two or one of these two are convicted, which I believe they will be, Judge Newman is going to let them have it. The jury is here. Those seats you see could be used for a jury, but the jury sits on the other side in this courtroom, so they can be used for other purposes in this court. I guess they could sit on either side, depending on the judge's preference. I think the judge is very mindful of witnesses that are unwilling witnesses, like unwitting. I guess like civilians that get caught up in a crime scene, where a police officer is trained to do this. I think he's going to let them sit on the stand a little longer. Plus, they got a break in the middle. Same courtroom. Yes. Same courtroom, same judge. I'll tell you, these lawyers sitting here, they're not sitting here to watch the video. They're sitting there so they can watch the jurors and watch the effect this video has on the jurors. You could hear a pin drop in the courtroom. It is so quiet. It's like everyone's collectively holding their breath. Yes, the boyfriend's on the left. The child's mother is on the right. So the child's mother's name is Rita. The boyfriend is Larry. Larry looks like he's gained some weight. Rita looks like she's aged a lot since this video. When we came back from break, it was 55 minutes. I think we have less than half an hour left. Might even be as little as 15 minutes left. Yes, Chuck, this is the part that covers the police, then the medic's arrival. That's the end of the video. There'll be a little bit of questioning here. We're about to be wrapped up for the day. The jury's had a long day. They'll be back early in the morning for a half day. And the state should be done with the prosecution by noon tomorrow.
Captain Chaplin, just to ask you a question real quickly. The time I realize skips around this. I know the time skips around on this because the motion, as you described earlier, but
yes,
exactly how much time, have you been able to calculate exactly how much time Christina was in the car?
By our calculations from when she was placed in the vehicle and then removed, 5 hours and 43 minutes and some seconds, thereabout.
You're familiar with this car? It's in the impound lot, I'm assuming, at the sheriff's office?
I am, sir.
You've been in the car?
Yes, sir.
Air conditioning work?
The air conditioning does work.
Even today?
Even as of this morning, it still works.
You go to, I think this is 1646. Again, military time, that is
That's 4 p.m., 4:46 p.m.
What's going on in this scene right here?
So they have gone to town and retrieved a second key fob to come back and unlock the vehicle, and we know that from their statement and from the fact that he's holding.
Let me ask you this specifically. In this picture right here, what can you tell me is going on?
He is pushing the key fob, and the park lights are flashing,
Play that, please.
indicating.
So specifically tell me what's going on.
You can see the lights flashing there.
Okay.
So obviously, the key fob is working. The vehicle's receiving a signal from the key fob. And I am not an expert, but I can tell you that I can replicate a standard. And when we put that vehicle inside the processing bay and we attempted to replicate that, you cannot get the vehicle to flash the park lights if the vehicle's running. End of story. There's no. We also then contacted Volkswagen.
Okay, let's leave it at that. So
Okay.
You yourself check this out.
We did over and over and over again.
The lights are flashing, the car's not on.
If those lights are flashing from that key fob, the vehicle is not running. And I mean, it can't even be just the ACC. In other words, if you get in and start the
Push the
ACC,
button, you turn it on, but
right,
not just the accessories.
it can't be activated at all, or it will not flash those lights.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Boy.
And that's based on your experience and what you did when you were...
Solely based on what we did in this case. I do know that Volkswagen typically does not work if it is on.
In this case, you tried...
Over and over and over
You
again.
tried various mechanisms.
We did.
You could make the lights flash, and you couldn't do it.
That's correct, sir.
And you state you're not an expert.
I am not an expert, no, sir.
And you were unable to replicate what looked like happened there.
I was unable to replicate what we saw in the video.
I know you're not an expert, but if you were to take a automobile, just park it in the hot sun with the working air conditioner and leave it on. And let it sit there for a few hours. Do you know if that has any effect on the air conditioning system?
Do I know if it has any effect on the air conditioning system?
Yeah. Do you know if there's a sensor in that condenser that when it overheats, it takes on and shuts the AC off?
No, sir. I couldn't tell you.
You don't know one way or the other?
No, sir. I don't.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Phillips.
So we get 2 defense cracks at this witness for every prosecution. That's why we have 2 different questioners here between each time the prosecution does. This is Rita's attorney.
As far as the car is concerned, have you wrote any reports? Have you documented anything that you just testified to?
Yes, sir.
And that was provided when? As to what you did regarding the testimony about the lights?
The key fob stuff that we just talked about,
You documented that?
it's been documented. We also...
You wrote a report?
It's been documented, yes, sir.
You wrote a report?
How many times do I need to answer? I'm not sure.
Okay, so your position, you wrote a report on it?
I wrote notes. I know that it has been done on video, that we took a video. I know that I did it again this morning to verify. I met with the solicitor again this morning. Do you have a written report? I don't know what all the reports are that you have. Have I documented this? Yes, I have.
And you gave those notes to the solicitor's office?
Everything that we have should have been submitted. That is correct.
So I don't have the notes, is what they're saying.
Okay.
And so, with that being said, that's why I asked the question, because I don't have it.
Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Now, let's be direct. I know you're not a mechanic, but you just kind of went through this.
Sure.
Co-defense counsel. I think you're at least somewhat aware of vehicles and how they operate.
Yes, sir.
If a car idles for hours on end, and I think if someone has basic common car knowledge,
sure.
If it idles hours on end with the air conditioner on, a sensor can pop with the air conditioning compressor and cause the cold air to stop coming out. That happens. You don't dispute that. That is a phenomenon that happens if a car idles for a long time. It overheats.
Are you asking me if I agree with that?
No, then the car overheats when it idles for hours on end with the air conditioner running.
Is it plausible? Can it happen? I would assume anything could happen. Does my vehicle overheat when it runs all that time? No, sir, it doesn't.
So you do know. I guess your point is that you...
I can't be an expert in that because I don't know. You're asking me, is it plausible that any vehicle, a random vehicle, could run for that long and something could happen? Absolutely. It's the South. It's hot. Right. Absolutely.
My main issue is that you said that the air condition works, and nobody's saying that the air conditioning is broken.
No, sir.
Okay. That's the
totally agree with you on that part, that it is plausible that a vehicle could do what you said in the South. Absolutely. After running for hours. Sure.
When you recreated, you said there is no way, in any way, shape, or form, that those lights will blink on that car.
I simply cannot get the vehicle to replicate what we saw in that video with the flashing of the lights upon lock and unlock if the vehicle is running. Whether it's running actually fired up and started or whether you just push the ACC, it will not, no matter what I do, it will not do it.
That was better stated. Okay, so we might have a discovery issue because the lawyer did not have these notes.
A moment, Your Honor.
They're watching the video on the laptop that they're watching. It's the video the officers used to replicate the this is looking in the car, showing the accessory on. They're trying to replicate the the lights flashing. And they filmed this.
You said there's videos of your tests?
They'd just watch that.
Yes, we took a video of it.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
Just clarify, when you said it does flash when the car's off, just not when it's on. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. If the car is powered off, it will do a double flash for unlock and a single flash for lock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No other questions.
Yes, sir.
So I was listening to you testimony. It sounds like you tried to be thorough, you tried a lot of different ways, and you had a key fob and you were able to consistently lock and unlock the vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're describing what the lights do when you successfully lock and unlock the vehicle, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you ever hit the fob and didn't have enough juice to unlock it? It's why I functioned some other way where you weren't able to unlock it with the key fob?
No, sir, not. We were. Hold on. Ask your question again. I want to make sure I answer exactly what you're asking.
Did you ever attempt to unlock in the course of your experience the vehicle with the key fob and be unsuccessful? Did it work?
It worked. Yes, sir. It did work. We have not had any problems locking or unlocking remotely with the key fob.
And you described when you were watching this video that they were hitting the key fob and the doors weren't unlocked when the lights flashed. Is that right?
No, what I was saying was you can tell by the double flash followed by a single that the unlock button had been hit and the lock button had been hit. I don't know if the locks were actually working at that point in time. The only thing I can say is that it would not flash like that if the vehicle was running.
It wouldn't flash like that if you successfully locked or unlocked it. You don't know what would happen if you were unable to unlock it or unlock it because you didn't have that experience. Yes?
And that is plausible, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So in this case, if they're sitting there hitting it and it's not unlocking or unlocking, you don't know what to say.
I could not, yeah, could not.
Anything further?
Very good. Just from context, obviously you've been involved in this case and you know the video. That first phone call that Mr. King's on, that's with Stokes Lock and Key?
I believe from his statement to us, yes, he was on the phone with, I want to say he did a locksmith and a friend trying to figure out how to get into the vehicle.
Right, so he calls the local locksmith and they're telling him how to pop off the side of the handle to get into the car, to turn it manually. And then the second phone call you see him on is the one with 911.
Yes, sir, that is correct. As soon as he gets in the vehicle, he dials 911. There's no hesitation as far as him dialing 911.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
That's correct.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, that ends today. Called a locksmith.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is it for this day. And due to the projected weather and the court closing at noon tomorrow, we need to start at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Is there anyone who cannot be here at 8 a.m.? Pardon? Need a ride? All right.
Bailiff will pick him up.
Well, we'll get with the court officials and arrange. How far out do you live? Jacksonville. Jackson.
Where do you live? Jacksonville. What? So the jurors are going to be getting rides if they can't get here early enough. The judge will be starting early. Oh my goodness. I need to just like breathe deeply. I felt like I couldn't breathe throughout that video. And Lois Cox, thank you very much. Hugs back to you. Virtual hugs all around, everybody. Yeah. This is going to get figured out. The state's going to be done. They're going to rest their case tomorrow. They've got a couple more witnesses. I think obviously we've got the medical examiner that's probably going to be coming tomorrow. That's going to be some tough testimony to listen to. Also, you know, I think they said they had a few witnesses, a couple more, and then it'll be on to defense. I don't know how long defense is going to take, but apparently they say that they should be done by the end of the week. And even if we take Thursday off, so we're gonna try that. We're gonna see what we can do. What's the start time tomorrow? 8 a.m. 8 a.m. It's 8 now, so it's 8:30. So we start in 11 and a half hours, guys. Hopefully you can get a little bit of rest and some sleep. That's going to be the case. So I'm going to go ahead and cut the feed because we don't need that any longer. Let's see. Where are we at? What are you doing to us? It's 1:30 a.m. There's John. I'm sorry. I will authorize you just this one time only to watch it on replay. Because that is obviously a cruel and unusual punishment to get you up at 1:30 in the morning. But I'll authorize you to watch it on replay if that's all right. I'll give you an excused absence. Love to all see you in the morning, says KT. Thank you very much. 8, I don't get up until 11, says Sean. Let's see. I appreciate you all being here. This is the most amazing community. Thank you very much. I think the judge is going to make sure the court operates properly so that justice occurs here, and we'll see that by the end of the weekend. Look at RA's eyelashes, long things. I have long eyelashes. Hang on. Now I have to. You guys have been blurry all day. How can you even see my eyelashes? Here we go. See my eyebrows. You've seen those. Are they long? I can't even see them. That's how bad my eyes are.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Sorry. That was the wrong feed. Take care. Amazing mods. Absolutely amazing mods. Thank you very much. And all the addict friends as well. Thank you, Kimar. Appreciate that. For all those internet owners, thank you very much. You've done fantastic. All right. We're going to set the alarm. Is the video of Rita putting a child in the car on here? Yes, it is, Tracy. It's on this live feed. You actually cover it a couple times. Go back and cover it. You have to really pay close attention to the timestamp. Excuse me, I've got the hiccups. The timestamp on the video, because the camera went back and tried to show us what we missed before, and sometimes it jumps around a little bit during the playing of it. Thank you all. We need to play the music because it's time to go to bed, and we need a lot of sleep. Let's see. Here we go. There it is. All right, love you all. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow, bright and early, 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Eastern Time. First person here gets to own the internet. All you have to do is chat before anybody else. I'll try to have the placeholder up at least half an hour before we go live, maybe even at 7 o'clock. Let's see, I'll be up by maybe 7:15-ish.
0.99.
Greeners, thank you very much for the upside down smiley face. It's still a smiley face because the eyes are on the bottom. It's not a frowny face. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, Greeners. Good to have you here. I think that's all. It's been a long day. Please get some rest. If you need to talk, the burner phone's available. Let me know. It's ringing now, as a matter of fact. I'm going to take this one off the air if that's all right. Give me just a second here. Hang on, it's Ryan. Let me bring Ryan on just 1 second. Ryan, is this Ryan Apple Snapple?
Press 1 to send a voicemail.
Ryan, is this Apple Snapple?
Yes, this is.
Hey, how are you doing? I'll turn the music down just for a minute. We've got just a couple seconds. What's up?
Yeah, it's just a quick question. Do we know if the jury can ask questions in this state?
I don't think they can. They can. I don't think they can even take notes. No questions, no notes. We've got to wrap it up, Ryan. Thank you very much. Great question.
All right.
Have a good night. Bye. All right, that's a great question. We'll get this a firm answer for sure. Ryan Apple Snapple, one of our great court watchers and addicts and friends here. Thanks, guys. Have a great night. You guys be good to each other. We'll see you in the morning. Bye.